Good morning. How are we all doing? Welcome, crewmen. How do you lose a whole mod without a trace? Morning, brother. So what had happened is they updated this car a while ago, and I kind of forgot that it would affect my mod. But it's not only that. They changed the... not the mod name, but like the directory name of the car from Sunburst to Sunburst 2. Yeah. So all Sunburst mods became immediately incompatible. Can't wait to use this mod again. I remember using it, the rotation was so good. It's probably going to be incredibly different now. Is there a way to add a custom rev limiter sound? Oh, you having fun? Oh, you want attention? Oh. Here you go. The rev limiter doesn't have a sound. An engine does. And an engine dropping revs does. You're talking about the pops and bangs? Yes, you can increase or decrease that. Remember one of my custom engines I made went poof too. No, I have the mod. It just doesn't show up in the game at all because the mod... what the mod is on technically doesn't exist anymore. The Sunburst we have in the game, this is not the old Sunburst. It is actually entirely a new vehicle. So, I'm basically going to have to remake the entire thing. However, I can bring some things over. But it's going to require a bunch of effort. So, I'm going to unpack. Then... I don't need these open right now. See, this is what it's called, Sunburst 2. Oh, shouldn't have done that. And then the folder name, can you see that? No, you can't. It's a Sunburst 2 in there, so it's just inaccessible. So we got vehicles. First thing we're going to do is change this to Sunburst 2, but that's not going to fix anything because all of the part names have changed too. So it is very, very much broken. I do have the old materials. Maybe I could reuse the body, but I don't want to. I want to use the new body. And then we've got a question. Are we going to do the same morph body change, or are we going to go with like a box body add-on? So if we have a look at Super GT, Super GT race cars, it is just a normal Skyline, say, and then it's got like a box body put on. This one's a lot more aggressive. It's got a body kit, but it's just got like a box, like a straight flat edge going around to make the body wider. I kind of want to do it this way instead. But they've also gone like incredibly aggressive on the side bodywork, like DTM levels of aggressive. As you can see, that door is cut higher, and like air flowing around is all entirely different. I think this is what we're going to go with, and we're going to have to recreate the whole thing. One of my favorite mods has to be the Plasma race car of the Group 5, or the Group 5. I really did like the Plasma one, except it's just a bit slow. What I'm trying to say is, like, the N55 engine hits the limiter, it makes this aggressive bass tune sound. I don't know. N55 rev limiter. Let's have a bit of a quick listen. Oh. That N55. For some reason I was thinking Hyundai or something. Are you talking about when they go... That's like, anti-lag, I think? Oh, how would you add that? I know how to do that. Well, at least I know how to do it in automation cars. I don't know how to do it in BeamNG cars. Let's have a look at an automation car quickly. So if I go to my really terrible car that I made, go into Art, Sound, Blends? No, into Engine, then in the directory here, we've got a whole bunch of WAV files. These used to be OGG, I thought. Anyway, it'll be easier to look at this in a code editor. So you got all your sounds here for each individual RPM, but these are, I believe, going on power. Then there's a list. No, okay, these ones are on power. They signify it specifically here with _P. These are the sounds the engine makes off power. What I would probably do is go to like the highest levels. This is the RPM in which it's meant to align with, and then it blends in between these RPMs, these sound file samples. I would go to the highest ones and I would give it the sound that you want. However, that's not how normal engine sounds are made anymore in BeamNG. This is mod sounds. Inner sounds that they make are all, I believe, Fmod. So, I don't know In fact, actually, you know, let's have a bit of a quick look. I think it's art sound blends. All right, so you want something like an i6. There's a few i6s in here too. Oh, those are diesels. We don't want that. Okay. Yeah, see, it goes to samples, which is the same as here, but then it just is blank, because I believe it does Fmod stuff. So I don't know how to modify this. It should be possible if you add it with transmission shifts. Should be possible if you add it with transmission shifts. If correct ETKs have that already, but very subtle with high rev shifts on DCT. I wonder if you could make a blend. No. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to... intercept the sound effect files. You could theoretically have a sound event trigger on a set of parameters like if RPM max coming down, then play sound effect at engine sound node. You could also have like parameters for, like this is in Lua. If shift happens in sports mode or whatever, whilst RPM go down, play sound effect. But then you would have to change the playback rate based upon the actual RPM at the time. There's ways you could do stuff. Already did the transmission sound, but I can't do rev limiter sound. Yeah, see, it's not really... A rev limiter doesn't have a sound. An engine has a sound under certain parameters. Alright, I'm going to start working on my mod. What are we looking at? This. Flashbanged, thank you. Wanted that, yeah. I want to have a look. Okay, we got a bunch of these things. I don't know why I have them, but okay. None of these are going to work. We have body, which I very much doubt is going to be compatible, but... I'm going to type in true body and see what happens. See if that fixes my thing here. Let's disable. And it's gone. Oh, Super Sunburst is right there. Control L. Control R. Okay. How likely is this to work? Not very. That is very unhappy. What even is? Oh my god. Oh yeah, we would have been using the original boot and everything. Or trunk, I should say. Yeah. That's, if I hit Control R, okay, it fixes a little bit, but not really enough. Alright. We're gonna start from scratch. We can reuse suspension stuff. Now, is there a two-door version of this? Did they do that? I can't remember. I think I remember hearing something about a two-door. No, maybe I'm confused, and it's just that it's a... got a wagon now. I suppose I should also have a look at their race variants as well. So, Pro Drift? Oh, they've already got kind of what I was thinking I would do. So I could work with this and make it more aggressive. like a lot more aggressive. Next is Rally is going to be a very generic sort of body. Then we got Time Attack. Alright, let's have a look at Time Attack. Same sort of thing. Oh, okay. Do I even need my mod? This is getting pretty darn close to what I had. Bro Chacha. Andy, I think you're like me, too much of a nerd to pull off things like that. There is a two-door inside the KLJP mod. No, we're not going to do that. Let's have a look at some of the cars. Is there any four doors? Doesn't look like there's any four doors. Oh, we're going to be the first four door. Am I getting screen tearing? Yep. On scrolling through a website, I'm getting screen tearing. Like, NVIDIA, please make that on by default. Oh. That looks incredibly cool. I like the CRZ. I don't think it's the best looking car, but I really do like it a lot. I would have one, and then I would overcharge or overvolt the electric motor and just be really stupid with it. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just really like high back-end cars. My Elfin video about to go live in like 20 seconds. Oh. Well, let me know when it's done processing, and if, watch it this stream, next stream, are you okay with any of that? Because I don't want to cut your lunch. Maybe I'll watch it tomorrow, after you've gotten your, like, main flow of views. I still personally think that you should make custom fenders, as the fenders are very tall standing. Oh, right, yeah, no, they go with massive oversized wheels, don't they? Yeah, good point there, SK6. CRZ looks 10 times better than same generation Prius. Yeah, it's also a very different car than the Prius. Yeah, okay. Let's see, is there like Super GT specifications? Is there like an amount of width we can have? Is there two main classes, GT 500, 300, GT 500 class are powered by turbocharged 2 liters, producing over 500, while the 300 allows a variety of engine configurations, including naturally aspirated and turbocharged options with a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 10 cylinders. That seems like a stupid thing to put on. Do we get any sort of keywords like wide? No. Not wide. Then extra? Nothing like that. Specification of car? In 2014, Super GT and the German touring cars announced the creation of Class 1, which would unify GT5, allowing manufacturers to race in both series with a single specification of car. After some delays, technical regulations fully aligned in 2020 with the GT500 adapting one class specifications. By 2021, however, DTM switched to Group GT3 series due to... I swear that European... not companies, European... like FAA stuff, do things with other countries that are not European just to turncoat and screw them over. This has happened so many times. Like Formula 1 and IndyCar, they wanted to unify a bit of a look to have a more safety for the driver itself. And F1 and IndyCar had both decided, like, okay, it's either between the Halo system or this windshield system. IndyCar. Yeah, this, which I actually kind of like the look of more, even though it looks a bit weird and dorkish. I do like it. But, they'd come to the agreement. IndyCar announced, and then F1 went, oh yeah, we're going with this Halo system. Like, what the fuck? Then it came around to also, what was the other one that they did not too long ago? It was the Le Mans and Hypercar and the category that they made with IMSA for LMD? I can't remember. Anyway, that thing. They kept on screwing them around and then basically said, yeah, no, you can race those in a category that is for this. But wait, we've got the Hypercar, which is like a step above. And just ended up making it really, really difficult for them. DTM has DRS. And Phil, you should look at JTC 4000 Subaru Impreza. Doesn't that thing look incredibly ugly? Yeah. So they've gone with a more natural sort of wide body like I had previously. This thing is so ugly. That just kind of looks weird. It looks like they lowered the car too much, so they had to cut the bottom of the car off and done some stuff. Like, it just doesn't look proportional. Proportionate? I'm not sure what the word is. Do I have the Sunburst in here? I do have the Sunburst in here. Okay. Do I not have... No, I do have Blender. Where's my Blender? I could have sworn I installed Blender. Can I right click and just like install? Is that a thing I can do? Extract here and delete archive. Well, IndyCar came out with the error screen like 2 years after F1 went with the Halo. I can't remember the exact turn of events, but they were meant to be making together, and then it... yeah. Like, this was a joint effort design. I think IndyCar spent a fair chunk of money to help develop it as well, along with F1, and then F1 just turn-coded them. It just seems to be a thing that European companies, European things like FIA do. I don't know if FIA is the only thing, but they do this sort of stuff a lot, I've noticed. And I think it's just so then they can screw them over, so then they can financially afford to stay on top. Very American way of thinking. See what I mean with chop like 10% of the lower section of the car to drop her overall height rather than changing the ABC pillars? Are you talking about it compared to a chop top? Where the... So, are you saying that they did chop the car? I don't actually think they did. No, they didn't. It just looks like they did. They may have taken a little bit of the side skirt off. No, maybe they did. Maybe they angled the nose down. That's what they did. Okay, that's why I'm getting tripped up. They chopped a wedge out of the car. That back is not unusually high. I mean, it's low compared to a normal car. But this is wedge-shaped now. This car is, like, very horizontal in real life. Oh. Current BRZ Super GT used a 90 Subaru SVX derived engine block all the way until this year? Well, that would make sense because they don't know how to make engines anymore, and I'm guessing that thing's made out of cast iron. There was a Lamborghini Countach replica that had a Corvette engine. It was absolutely ours. Oh. Thank you so much, YouTube ads, for interrupting my typing. Now my message is gone. Wait, really? No, the car really has been cut short. It's very common for Super GT cars. It looks ugly and stupid. I don't like it, but I am tempted to do it. See, that one's straight. What is it, GT500? Yeah. Was it? Yeah, GT500. So, do they go with, Super GT maintained the current technical regulations for GT500 through Class 1. Monaco would no longer be used. Alright, let's have a look at Class 1. How do they cut off the bodies on these? Maybe a little bit. I don't think so, though. At least not to any significant degree. I thought that was a Prius, but that is a Honda Prelude. I have watched countless hours of Super GT video essays, if you couldn't tell. Oh, really? Roll Waffle is great channel for it. Look at how much of the rear bumper is left on that. Yeah, no, that's fairly common to do that sort of stuff, to take off a lot of rear bumper. It also does depend on the body style of the car as well. Yeah. We have Blender now, so... What's the issue? Why is it... This will start the program? Me English. Could not find program Blender. It's right there! Okay, let's have a look. Open with VS coding. Where does it want it to be? User bin environments XTG open. I don't know how to install things, honestly. I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. We're just gonna run it manually. I hate this so much. This is one of the things that I really fucking hate about Linux, is there's no unified install system. There's .deb. I think every platform or whatever distro should take in .deb. Because this is irritating as hell. I can't search for this. Blender. Oh! Oh wait, no, that's because it's open. And it's a recent file thing. Anyway. Moving on from my irritation. Let's start having a look at what we can do. Wait a second. So they do have taller fender versions anyway. And it's not... Like, the fender flares are not any wider. And then wide body is not really wide. What? Okay, that doesn't make sense. Then we got normal fender, then cut fender. Probably gonna use something like the cut fender and create our own fender flares. This thing just looks so bad for aerodynamics, by the way. What years is the Sunburst 2 meant to be? What am I? That's... What is this? Can I click that to open it? No? What? Is this normal? Have I stuffed up my UI? I don't think I've ever seen, like, file directories here before. Anyway, why don't I see a year range? Oh, wait, here we go. 2009 to 14. Then... Okay, so we wouldn't go the latest regulations at all. We go with, like, 2014 regulations. It's mainly the tall cars that would get cut like that. Not so much the sports cars. You won't see the Nissan Z. Yeah, I get it. Morning, Nazimatan. How's it going? By the way, FYI, Class 1 cars are about as fast or faster as some of the tracks on some of the tracks than WEC hypercars. Really? FIA Class 1? Huh. That's doing the same cut body as well. Okay, I think we have to do the cut body. It's going to look stupid, but yeah. Alright, Super GT, do we have like a year? 2005 until present. 2004. In 2014. Okay, so I think the last regulations change was 2004. (2014) until present. Is this just engine stuff? Length? Okay, we do have a width limitation. Good, that'll make it easy. Wheelbase? Fixed. Wait, what? How do you fix a wheelbase? Are these stretched or compressed at all? What does a normal Supra look like? 2024 Supra. So, do we get... I'm going to side by side this. Because the wheels are much bigger, it's really hard to see where the wheel actually is. It's almost perfectly between this vent and the headlight, maybe just a little bit towards the headlight. I don't see the vent there. I think that might be it, though. It looks like it might be slightly... No, that's exactly the same place. Okay, back wheel, then. All right, let's go with that then. Let's start with wheelbase. Collection, new collection, dimensions, new mesh, cube, wheelbase. Oh wait, that was a mistake. What I want to do is in add cube, put that. Yeah. Oh, we are almost on. We just have to make it a little bit longer. All right. Then length. No, we'll just do this. Okay. Cube. So this is the overall max length. Max length. Then we'll set up a width. Width is this. But we're going to divide it by 2. Okay, well that didn't work. Okay, we can't actually go very wide. That sucks. Oh, wait, no, we can. Oh, okay. I was just not looking at it right. We can go a lot wider. The reason there's no Prius Super GT at the moment is actually kind of an odd circumstantial thing that happened. The previous Prius was a bit of an underdog and got a victory and all. I think I remember hearing something about this. Now, is there anything about height? So we got length, excluding the rear wing. Including the rear wing is this. Y. Divided by 2. Okay, so that's how much wing we can have overhang. Let's get rid of this body. I'm going to add a new collection. It's going to be never use. What else? Sure, we'll go with whatever this is. We got some rally things here we'll never use. Perfect. Is it me or does this nose overhang more than it used to? Do they have any sort of roof scoops? Oop, that was a mistake. Doesn't look like it. What about in the old cars? No, they don't deal with that. Okay, so we'll also get rid of you. I see seats in here. What else? Okay. That we can run with. The seating position is pushed quite far back. I think you mean the sitting... Oh, actually, yeah, no, if the engine moves back. See, normally what'll happen is also the steering wheel comes really close to the driver. $200BX bolt-on wide-body fenders kind of give bigger wheel arch look because they sit pretty flat atop the flare. I think you'll find that these also have a cut fender. Yeah, that's a cut fender. And they got the fender flares over. So we're going to use similar to what they have. We do have... That's almost a real diffuser. Does this thing have ground effect by any chance? Where would that be? No, wrong one. Would it be under bumper? Would it be under diffuser? Big splitter? Let's have a look under big splitter. Does this have it on? It does. What do they call it? And we'll have a look for it. It's probably under the bumper somewhere. Where is rear bumper? Rear diffuser. Bumper, doors, no diffuser by the looks of it. So it's probably under bumper, race or wide? What do we got? Custom rear bumper. Race, wide? Oh, so it's not race or wide. Custom. Diffuser. Oh, they all use slot 2 systems, huh? I don't know what they are actually called, but there's canards, like side skirt. Yeah. But we're gonna go really extreme on the bodywork. No, it looks like it just has this. Wait, there's 2 different diffusers? Hill climb rear diffuser. And custom rear diffuser. Oh. Custom. That's hill climb. Custom. Okay. Alright. We might utilize this and make a more custom version. Alright. I think I'm going to do away with this mod and just start again. So, unpacked. Old. New folder. I want to make a new folder. Control N? Nope. Control Shift N? There we go. Super Sunburst. Where did it go? It didn't make the folder. Oh, here we go. Now I can do a new thing. Super Sunburst. There we go. Did it make the folder in? It did. I've never seen that before. Then folder vehicles. Sunburst 2. I didn't realize this was going to turn into like making a whole entirely new mod. Yeah. All right. First things first, we're going to need... You know what? Let's just do the visual part first. We can quickly knock that out. So we're going to have to change the suspension locations. Let's get another Blender open and bring in the old Blender... Oh. Okay, double-clicking opens up a duplicate tab. Interesting. Where's the DAE in here? There it is. Now, what did we use? I think we used suspension and stuff from Scintilla. Yeah. Okay, let's grab everything... Scintilla and fuel cell. What's this? Oh, okay. Just the... Yeah, that is a ugly model. Okay. I think that's all we're going to take from here. The rest we're going to completely replace. And I had massive problems with the materials on this as well, so I am much better now at figuring this stuff out. So... New collection... older Scintilla stuff in here. We are going to change the wheel base. Which one do we move? I think we're going to move the back end. It doesn't need to move much, and we'll document how far back it goes. That is 0.555? 0.0555? We could just go 0.55. That'll do. GY 0.055. Let's go... Progress... This will be moved the rear by 0.55, no, 0.055 meters. That has been done. Then let's get real drastic. What is that? Third brake light? Okay, we don't need that. What else is in here? Is that like police stuff? Police? What's this? Wait, why did that not show up when I searched? Yeah, we got two types of roll cage in here. We have roll cage welded and roll cage simple. This has probably roll cage welded. Roll cage. Okay, there is a few. That is police stuff. That is race roll cage, which is welded. And sports roll cage, which is the half one. Okay, we're going to go with the race one, so this one can go away. What is this? Why? Oh, wait, no. This. Wait, what is that? What is... Oh. Okay, that's what was happening. What else we got in here? What are these things? Dash racing. Oh, okay, then we can get rid of normal dash. Radio? Nav? Oh, whoops. Oh, shit, I'm moving into the wrong place. Okay, that's what we wanted to do. Okay. Well, no, you. Then I don't think this gets used at all in the race one. Let's have a look. Need to figure out what we need. Yeah, none of this gets used. There, but it's not used. Hazards button. I don't think we need that. The park anywhere button. Not too important for race cars. Does it just utilize... Okay, it does that. We probably don't need much of this. Do I maybe finally, for the first time, actually do the thing that I wanted to do, which is to set up flappy paddles to animate? Wait, why is this not utilized? Oh, I put the wrong roll cage in. Yeah. Race roll cage. Yep, okay, that's now used. Random question, but why is your logo in the stream different from your actual logo? That was a logo that I was going to switch to, and when I was making this overlay, that was the only thing that I could find. They have a race fuel cell. Nice. Except for the fact that that's illegal. Yeah, so when I was making this overlay, I couldn't find my actual logo at the time. I do not miss that front end. Always looked like it was pushed out too far at the front. Of which car? Song name of previous song? I'm sorry. I don't know how many songs back ago that was. So, almost every race regulation that you'll ever find, like set of things, the fuel cell cannot be in the passenger compartment at all. So, that wouldn't be to spec. They would have something there generally. What else? Why do they have like a rally footrest? I don't have the rally footrest. Is that meant to be over there? Maybe. I remember having to put in a stripped chassis for some of my race cars. I wonder if this is new. It looks very, well done and very clean. Had some weird sounds. Whilst the fuel... yeah. Would a firewall be there? Normally, yeah. The other thing that they'll do sometimes is they'll weld a box around it and then it's only really accessible from underneath, but then the diffuser's in the way. So, normally they'll just have it in the boot and have a thing blocking. They have a fuel filler? Oh! They finally fixed the thing that Muye found. Is that... That's not openable. Bugger. We might replace that with like a full-on fuel filler thing. There's a few cars with stripped interior options out. Well, yeah, no, they've had it for a long time. It's just I've not seen it before. How much does this weigh? I suppose we could check without tires. 1,200 kilos. Okay, we got a few hundred kilos we can lose as well. Which means we might not go with a cut fender and instead go with a combined fender for the the internal structure stuff. Okay, don't need any of you. What's this? Yeah, okay, don't care about that. Don't need you either. We don't need the baseline seats. What is that? That is a drive shaft. Good. Oh! They've got a flat floor underbody now. And they took it off on the race car. That makes absolutely no sense. Wait. What? Why? Hold on. I get the feeling that's because I, did this. And you know what? I'm just going to relaunch the game. I think that I fucked around too much with the game files and it had a bit of a aneurysm. I honestly thought that this was going to be simple. I completely forgot about all of the issues that comes with all the parts changes and a body change, and the fact that now I want to do things better. Yeah, I didn't change this, so that's on them. I'm also hearing a bit of... Nah, that's mostly the overrun. I was wondering if it did the same sort of thing that the guy was talking about earlier with, in terms of stuff, I don't know. Rev limiter sound they were saying? Bounce off of rev limiter in N55. Okay. Are these like carbon fiber doors good? Why are the rear doors not carbon fiber? Let's have a look. Did my music stop? No, it's still going. Oh, it's just the door panel? Cut rear left door. Wait, what? So we have lightweight glass. Race front door panel. Okay. So the reason why you would have door panels at all is for safety reasons. So it makes sense that they didn't bother putting them on the rear. Though they still have a mesh underneath. Feels like they could have saved some polygons there. The floor plates are bash plates for rally configs. It'll help with downforce in real life. Well, will you expand the seat adjustable into Vivis? I wasn't expecting to. The carbon fiber is just an internal panel, yeah. Okay. Let's... Realistically, they would have those panels on here as well for a race car. Where would that be? Front seat chassis stiffening? What is that? It's just a invisible part. Okay. No actual mesh for chassis stiffening. Weird. Strut bar. Front suspension, tail over, tow hitch. Trunk. Underglow lights. No. Center skid plate. Center skid plate? Oh. So the skid plates aren't listed together. That's fun. Front bumper support. Skid. Front skid plate. So... Sort by name. Sort by display name. But that's not the display name, that's the part name. And that's out of order. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. Okay, well now this is in order. Okay. Center skid plate, then it was front skid plate and rear skid plate, so... Rear... Okay, so I don't know where the rear skid plate is. And I need to know where it is. I wonder if it'd be under... Bumper? Skid. Kinda wanna know where it is. What the fuck? Fine. No, actually, I do need to know where it is. I can't just cheat. Yeah, that definitely would give a ton of downforce, even though it is ventilated. I think they aren't on because they affect the clearance because they aren't flush with the floor pan. Oh. They are a little bit low, but that's fine. Now, in the game, they don't actually have downforce. You're correct that it would have an entire underbody panel for aerodynamics, though it's under the suspension. Oh! Suspension. Rear suspension. Skid plate. Nicely found. Okay. Then let's turn off the sort. We can have a look at suspension again. Front suspension now. Skid plate. Okay. So our stuff wouldn't have that as a thing. Our skid plates are added by other stuff. Alright, let's get rid of all of the wide... No, we would have the normal wide fender, but not... What's this? That is race. What's this? Oh, there's two types of chassis. Oh, that's an interior. We don't need interior, do we? Yeah, no. Okay, we'll keep that. Scintilla might have its own one, I think. No, I brought over the Scintilla one, so I know it's there. Let's go for neon. Get rid of neon stuff. I think we're not going to use race. And we're going to go with stock fenders and then just widen out stock fenders. Then we have flares. Are they the same thing? They are. Custom aero. Ah, yep, I see that. Actually, you know what? We might keep that. We don't need mud flaps on this car. Off-road bumper. It does give us the tow hook things. I think for now we'll move this out of the way. Though we may use that eventually. Now, what sort of bumper do we want? If we're going to modify theirs, we'll keep this. It's custom. And we'll move all of the normal bumper stuff. Out. Oh, there's multiple wide body stuffs. Bumper race. Now that's just a custom wide body. No, we don't want that either. There's a lot of variants of things. My goodness. It's not the most out there wild setup, but it's pretty wild how much they've got in here. Exhaust. Okay, so yeah, it goes the whole way, huh? Oh, no? Okay. Some of them don't. Oh, they have a full tubular suspension setup as well now. Oh, we might use that then. And there's a different skid plate. What is the difference? Skid plate. Okay. So what suspension does this have? This has the tubular. Ooh, okay, we might not need our Scintilla stuff. That's how I would do that. And use theirs. But they have a different set of skid plates they can have on the rear. Oh, I wonder what that is. That is a very loud plane heading over top. Let's go track day. Okay, that has more conventional. Rear suspension, skid plate, rear skid plate. Okay, so that's the only real difference there. Okay, then we don't need that one. then we got a lot of suspension stuff we can get rid of as well. So this is trailing arm setup. This is not trailing arm setup. Can we see what this is called? Lower arm race. Okay, let's go race. Then we'll grab everything that's not race. Is that? I moved too far. Yeah, double arm. One is kind of square, the other one's circle. Is that what I'm looking at? Ah, yep, that is what I'm looking at. Okay. Then probably all of this. Get rid of the McPherson strut stuff. Don't need the drum brake things either. Probably also this cradle. What is this? Diff support. You know what? We'll leave that in. What is that? That is the fuel tank. We'll get rid of that. Might leave that in. We have a few mufflers we can get rid of. Okay, what do we got here? Cut. Wide body. Okay, we'll get rid of wide body. Actually. I do want the sporty version. Frick. Okay, let's have a look at just the most upper sports version, which would be like this. What do you have? Rally suspension? Oh. Hello, Phil. Nothing better than being at work on your 23rd birthday. As you get older, you realize that people don't care about your birthdays. They care about their own. You know what, actually, my story is a lot sadder. I'm going to leave that one alone. I think the bumper, under the bumper support, is also annoying because you can't run a normal bumper with it on because it's inside it. Not sure what you're saying there. Off-road bumper? Rally suspension? The second one should be double wishbone suspension. Second one should be double wishbone suspension. Not sure what you're saying. Another question, will this car be considered GT3000? Sorry, 300. I'm guessing that I'm going for the GT500 category. But we're looking a little bit at Class 1, I think. Wait, where did it go? Yeah, GT500 specs is what we're going by. And it's going to be very basic specs. We're not going to get, like, way into the weeds. That's interesting. Usually there's a little bit of a gurney flap here in front of the front tire. One of the things you'll know about aerodynamics eventually, if you ever get into aerodynamics, is the front tire, especially down here, is shocking for aerodynamics. So you want to do everything you can to disrupt the airflow, move the airflow elsewhere, just so then it doesn't end up here. Because it's acting on pushing your tire up and creating a lot of drag. It's not good. So I wonder if the theory is here that they're trying to get the air to move upwards, but that would detach immediately. So normally they have a gurney flap, and what that does is disrupts the airflow just in front of the tires. In cars that I've seen with under trays, at least. And I looked into why they had that. I was like, wouldn't that be bad for aerodynamics? And then I realized that I'm dumb. This has a few different under tray types. Interesting. We will make a decision on that later. I don't think I'm going to use the rally one. Cut out for a sway bar. Is that this? That's some sort of composite fiber? Okay, we might run that one. This one didn't have anything. Does it have the sway bar there? Where is the front? Front sway bar goes up and just into the bodywork. That's fine. The engine is not very far back. We're going to have to modify this. Okay, look at the gap we have here that we can play with. We can move this way far back and get that engine really in the middle. So, what's that? So that's what that stupid front lip on the Commodore does. Sure. I don't know specifically what you're talking about. Well, I don't know which tie rod we're going to be using, but at least not stock suspension stuff. So that's likely to go away now. This is drift hub. I'm guessing this is also drift. Yeah, that's drift. Drift. Normal. Normal. Coil of... What's this? Drift? Okay. I don't know how much is being utilized here or not. Now, GT500 can't have... all-wheel drive, can it? Now, this is also drift, I'm guessing? Drift, yep. And that looks like a stock thing. We can get rid of that too. What is on a race steering arm? Okay, race goes behind. That's behind, right? Yeah. So this is directly underneath between the oil pan and the diff. Directly between the oil pan and the diff. Yeah, I think this is a different steering arm. Okay. Then we can lose all of this, probably. If not, we can just move it anyway with other means. Then probably not this subframe either. It doesn't look like it. Probably not this sway... Yeah, no, it's not this sway bar at all. They've made my life so much easier with doing a lot of this stuff. Off-road. Now, we don't want wide body stuff on. Custom. Not sure. We'll hide it for now. Custom wide body. GT500, only rear-wheel drive, and 400 horsepower. It said over 400 horsepower. It's based around the Class 1 touring car regs. No, we're going the earlier version. Before that. Okay, I think that might be the custom one. No? Which one is custom? Any other signifiers on this? It is a very basic bumper, 3-part. Single with 2 side bits. Ah, rally? Nothing on the sides? Okay. We might actually use the rally bumpers. Oops, that was a mistake. Oh well. This might be the bumper we take. Generally, yes, no specific aero physics model, but the base physics engine in the game is so comprehensive that it happens to work. What are we talking about? Ken Sport. I know that wings work, but does normal body panels affect aero? Yeah, depends how they're coded. Is aerodynamic simulated in BeamNG? It is, but not ground effect and stuff like that. That is not this bumper. It has a square corner as well. This does not. That is not the bumper. Oh. And this also has like a extra little side corner bit. Yeah, we don't have that. I'm gonna bring back the race one and change the other one instead. Because this is basically where we're gonna start. That has a square corner. That is a different bumper. But it also has a vent. Wide body. Well, it's not street. That's where I thought it might have been. We're looking for something that doesn't have anything on the edge. I think this is an unused thing. I think this, yeah, it's an unused asset. That's cool. This might be the one we use because it's very aerodynamic and very flat. So if we have a look here, they make it flat and then cut the shit out of it to get more airflow in. Very flat around and then cut the shit out of it. Yep, same car. Why do we keep looking? Like, there's some cars where it's not really as flat. Oh, that's a BRZ. Okay. Yeah, we might get rid of the rest then. Don't need fender liners at all. Okay. Does this have fender liners? What's in here? Nothing. Okay, good. Now, do we have these mount brackets? So these ones will have it. That's what that looks like. All three pieces are there. Over here, we do not have those. What is that naturally aspirated? Exhaust A, and then the other one is for turbo. Okay, well, we probably not going to do a lot to the engine. Now this diff bracket. Oh, they don't use it here. Okay, well, we will get rid of it then. Oh, what just happened? Ah, that's on the stock vehicle. Okay. That's a weird looking diff. And this one just doesn't have that. Why? Oh, because it has its own bracket here? Okay. Okay, sure. Why not? What's happened to the music? Okay, it was just winding out the song. Then the Sunburst would more likely be right at home in GT300. Yeah, but I don't want to make a lower class. Limit yourself to GT300 on this one. The car feels more like the Subaru Impreza since Subaru still in that with the BRZ. No specific error physical, but the base physics engines in the game is so proper, yeah. Wait. Oh, it does have the middle one. Okay. You're right. Shit, where did that go then? Yeah. Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. That's what I wanted. What have we got in here? Probably don't need whatever that is. Off-road light? No. Don't need this. We're gonna make it super light anyway. We'll maybe look at this stuff later. Don't need any of these lights. We might make the lights fake even. No, they look like they have real lights. Don't need this. Alright, what is the extra limitations on GT300s? GT3 specifications. Engine displacement free, naturally aspirated or single or twin turbo. Flat inline or V. I'm guessing flat includes boxer. Okay, this also doesn't include body regulation, so that's irritating. I think I'm going to go with the GT500 thing. To avoid copyright, I'm just going to say that it sits in the middle of no man's land between the two then. Ah, they can go up to 650 horsepower. Okay. Good day, Chevy Montmartre. Am I doing? I'm doing right. SRB4 would be more suited to GT500. After all, Honda turned their NSX GT500 into a FR layout for regs. Yeah, okay. They have actual fictional lights. Or functional lights. Yeah. We might make a modified light version of the chassis as well, so we can lose a lot of weight in the front there. Remove a lot of the crash structure. I don't think we need those mounts. For now, I think we're going to do away with that sort of stuff, because we're going to be raising the body height. We don't need actually any side skirts, do we? We're going to be creating our own. I say that because we're going to chop and whatnot the body. What have we got in here? Cut, okay. Interior stripe sedan. Okay, yeah, we're probably gonna need that stuff. What is the difference? There's stripe and wait, what? I don't care about rear glass. Do they mean strip? Is that what they're trying to write there? Strip sedan? What's the difference? This one has no stripe sedan. So this looks like to be the race one. Yeah, I think they're trying to write strip sedan. Not sure. We're probably not going to use their wing, even though it does look cool. Ow! Shit. You know, actually, that's fine. We'll just keep this open now. What was I looking for? I was looking at something. Wait, what the hell is this fuel tank? Is that the rally fuel tank? Oh my god, that thing's massive. Spare wheel strap. Don't need you. Probably not going to use that fuel cell. Does this say a literage on it? It does not. Alright. We'll go with it for now. We're probably not going to modify the mirrors, so we can remove them for now as well. Wait, do they modify mirrors? Sometimes, yeah, okay, they actually have modified their mirrors. That is straight up a race mirror. Okay. Yeah. So we... There's... Okay, let's take off the mirrors and see what happens. Oh, that does have a race mirror on there. Okay. Okay, there is empty space, so we can put on whatever we want. And it's going to need to be wide enough to clear the bodywork. Alright. What the hell? I keep pressing all the wrong things. What else? Don't need interior things. I don't think I'm going to do flappy paddles today. Don't need any of this stuff. I don't think I do, at least. Yeah, no, none of that shows up. Is that an automatic brake? Alt? Oh, wait, we're not going to use any of those anyway, because we're going to go with race interior stuff. There's a few different hoods to pick from. I think we're going to go our own race hood, so then we can have more ducting. Yeah, they have lots of ducting. If we have a look at the old this thing, it does have a hood scoop on it. Yeah, I don't know what to do in that regard. At the very least, it's in the wrong place for us. I think we're going to remove it, at least for now. Then there's got to be two types of hoods, right? Yeah. Okay, that one's messy on the mesh, so we can get rid of that. You're good. Probably don't need things like these air boxes. And a pipe. What's this? Water tank. Okay, probably don't need that. I think we have... Is there a non-catalyzed version of this exhaust? Almost. Well, either way, we're gonna have to remove that. What are these different exhausts here? That's NA stuff. We're not running that. There's two versions of the turbo. One is pointing upwards and one is angled forwards. What does the race have? That has very angled upwards. Okay, that's peculiar. I wonder how that would affect oil flow. Because bearings are... Yeah, I don't know how that would go. I suppose if you just run enough pressure, you could probably run the turbo at a weird angle like this. Viper side exit? Sure. Just a few, 4-inch huge out front of the... I used to have it coming out of the fender flare. What do they do? They probably have a regulation on that because that's something which they found could be a safety concern on race cars. So it has to exit behind the driver compartment these days. Oh, I see it. Okay, well that's... You're really pushing it there, buddy, on behind the passenger compartment. Same thing. Who else? Skizzline? Skizzline? There's a skyline, and as we can see, it's there. So maybe it just has to be behind the midway point. So we're going to create an exhaust box to encapsulate the exhaust to be outside. Because I know that also exhausts can't be in the passenger compartment as well. Has that got a muffler? It does. We'll work on that later. Okay. Oh, we still haven't finalized our bumper choice. We're gonna probably do a joint thing. Between the bumper types. So I think we'll lose this. Modify this to fit ours. Do they run air curtains at all? Doesn't look like it. It looks like they just get the air out of the way of the front. Okay, so we're not running that one. And we'll modify this one to fit wider. Welcome to Art Catted? I'm just going to call you Art. I'm doing well. Location for exhaust, the door. Yeah. Sod roof. Oh, sod it. Roof exit exhaust. That sounds like more metal. Okay, that does not fit. So we'll get rid of that. Though, I'm inclined to make it fit because composite underbody does sound right. Nah. Also, there's different intercooler options. What this one runs the top mount intercooler, which looks really weird, by the way. I feel that the engine came up a lot higher in the Subarus, or maybe the hood came down lower, I'm not sure. I remember this having like a lot less room. I could be wrong. Okay. We'll lose the top intercooler mount setup. And lose the default turbo. Artworks. Need to change his username. Side integral amount? Maybe not. Or does the wheel clip? What? There's still mud flaps. Wait, did I only hide the mud flaps? Whoops. Don't need you or you. And that's a part of the body. Okay. Then I think that's everything we need. You know what? No, drive shaft stuff is going to go away because that's going to have to be heavily modified anyway. Did I just see some clipping? What's happening? No? Ah, it's this that I'm seeing clipping on. So that is a stock header. We don't want that. Before we go and start tilting the whole bodywork, we're going to move the engine bay back and just move the engine and everything back. Oh wait, hold on. We should get the wheelbase set correctly. So let's do wheelbase then. Wait, what's this? Oh. There's more. Oh yeah, we still haven't decided what bodywork we're going with. I think I've got the wrong door, maybe. Let's go cut. We'll go with all the cut things. Except that. That is definitely going away. This all goes away. What the hell is that? Trunk carpet. Wagon. Okay. Wag. It's all under never use. Is it? Why can't I move this? Okay. That seems fine. Is that suspension correct? Looks good. Alright. How do I do this front area? Kind of want to cut all the chassis off and run just some tubular stuff. Oh, weird. Put engine back where seats are. Welcome, Dragon Dev. How's it going? We want to hide this. Yes, that is what we want. And this. Now, where can I cut? I'm going to quickly duplicate this. And we're just going to start cutting. Yep, that'll work. Yep. Yep. And delete. Okay. Yeah, we can run a cut and shot like this. And then run a tubular chassis that really only holds the engine and body panels in place. Not really a crash structure at all. And then we just rely on the roll cage to do all of our heavy lifting of safety. Yeah. Why is that line thicker than the rest? Weird. Because we're going to have to do a lot of cutting as well. Like, there's going to be massive amounts of cutting. Okay, what is happening here visually? Not a lot. Oh, there is a bit of blending. Then I think we'll grab an outline of this and we'll make it a separate mesh. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, that's a problem. Okay. Then... how far does this reach? Nope. Okay, is that all of the hole now? Yes. All right. P selection. Let's create a new collection. This is going to be original. We'll move you into original. And then let's work on at least filling in these gaps for now, and we'll deal with material later. So, can I go grid fill on this? Is that going to work? Probably not. Select 2 edge loops. Oh. Let's go here to here, and here to here. Face grid fill. Yeah, you're going to be a piece of shit, aren't you? Alright. We'll do it by hand. Fuck it, we'll do it live! Oh, we're missing a thing here. Okay. Part 1 done. And part 2 electric Caraloo. Done. Well, almost. Don't quote me on that. That is asymmetrical. But I don't care. What have I done? Wait, maybe I do care. What's happened? Also, this doesn't exist over that side. Wait, what? Oh, okay, it's just the angle that I'm looking at it is a bit weird. I see. Okay, let's put that in so then the game doesn't do it for me. These will be like welded plates, basically. Body... weld plates. Body... main... cut. Now I'm going to change the names of all of these, so then they don't conflict. But what is sedan R? Oh, okay. I'm doing well, Dragon Dev. Hello, hello. Wish I knew how to use Blender. I just make random code. I think the biggest thing that really makes Blender frustrating is learning the camera. So if you learn the camera first, everything else kind of comes a lot easier. Learning the camera is like number one, and that's why I always suggest to people, the first thing you do when you want to learn Blender is just move the camera around a lot. All right. Is that what we want? All right. You, what are you? Yeah, no, we do want you. And we're gonna get rid of you. And all suspension. We might just have to do suspension by hand. No, first thing we were gonna do actually was move the engine back, wasn't it? Okay, let's do that. We're not running front drive, so that's going in never use. Is there different types of transmissions, or is it all just the one? Okay, it's all just the one. Remember how to use Blender 2.8, but since it really changed, it felt more confusing for me to learn. I find it actually more intuitive, but yes, you are right, there are things to learn. I don't know, the older I get, the more I just don't want to learn, relearn anything. Yeah, that is... I do feel that that's like one of the things that happens. When you stop wanting to learn new things, you become old. I don't know if that's like a proper way of saying it, but I hope that makes sense. Kind of like when you stop wanting to listen to the new music because it's silly. It's like, our music was silly. Just enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, then maybe you're just old. Why does this come through the bodywork? Ah, okay. Well, we're gonna have to mess with that. Give me a bit of time. I need to go toilet and fill my drink up again. But not at the same time. Different fluids. Okay. Whoa. Whoa, hello. You came at the same time. Yeah. 2.8 July 2019. Well, both feels old, but doesn't. Yeah. What was it? 2.4 was like the big drastic change in Blender to take it from like basically a 90s program to a more modern program. And then I think 2.8 was another big leap. So that'll have to change. I think I have the order of operations wrong about what we're going to do. What I'm going to do is tilt the bodywork and everything first, then we'll move the engine back, because we'll at least know where the engine will properly sit. Because otherwise we'd have to move the firewall, move the engine, then move the... Sorry, no, move the engine and the firewall, move the whole body and everything, and then move the firewall again. So we're going to avoid that. This is going to be moving so many things. How many do we have selected? Statistics. 148 objects. Why do we have so many things still? Oh, you know what? Door card thing. Oh. Why do we have normal door panels still? Alright, there's still a lot to move. You know what? I'm going to do it a different way around. I'm going to move everything that we're keeping. What is the difference here? Fender L versus wide body. Okay, yeah, we're getting rid of Fender L. So, keeping you, you. I'm probably keeping the splitter. Oh. Do they not have that sort of stuff here? Oh, no, they have some of it. Okay, on the Honda and the Nissan. Skyline doesn't. Have they? Is it added on? Or is it molded into the bumper? I feel there's a bit of column A, bit of column B. What about the Supra? Supra kinda has it. Okay, well. Headlights. Keeping this. Keeping the suspension. And strut tower. Keeping that. This. Oh, yeah, why not? This, and this. And this. And our stuff. And that. Sure, we're keeping that for now. And the transmission. Then the door. Okay, what else we got in here then? Then wide body, yes, we're keeping that. Oh, that was inside. That's the indicator. Okay, yep, no, keeping those. Oh, okay, radiator choice. So, this one has a fan. And this one has no fan. Backwards fan, okay. So we're getting rid of the one that doesn't fan backwards. Okay. And you... Actually, hold on. I'm doing this wrong. Yep. Nope. Nope. That. Oh, there's different hoses as well. Okay. Okay. What on earth is that? Is that engine mounts? Oh! A lot of the engines in the older cars just used to float, if anybody remembers those days. Or even realized that that was a thing that was happening. Keeping that. Keeping this. And these. Good. Keeping that. Not sure about the glass as of yet. So we got door glass. Oh, just the 2 door glasses? Okay. Okay. That is stripe. Yeah. Okay, got some mirrors we can clear out. Probably keep the wide one, right? Yep, wide one. And yep, that's the street one. Sun visors, probably don't need those in a race car. Yeah. Oh. This doesn't have a headliner. Interesting. Don't need any of this. Okay, we saved ourselves some more work. Hey, there we go. There's some things to go away. Oh, okay. Actually, you know what? Yeah, no, we do get rid of those. Yeah. Hide them. Hide your kids, hide your wife. This is quarter panels. This is the stripe. Roof rack base. Okay. Is it just smooth? Oh, I suppose the difference would be with whatchamacallits, wagons. Yep. That is just a skin thing. Roof plain. Oh. Plain and stripe. Yeah, no, that does need to be there. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, okay, that's the liner and the mesh over top. Okay, that's what we're looking at there. All of these things will be staying, I think. Yep, trunk canal will be staying. Fuel cell, yes. Suspension. Make sure that all of this is correct. Differential will be staying. Is that bracket on both? Okay, that is actually not on this version, but is on not this version either. It's like on the top of the diff, top back of the diff. think that might be an unused asset as well. Okay. Weird. Oh, wait, whoops. I did that wrong. Yep, there we go. That we get rid of. These tops. Doesn't have it here. But since this is exposed, yep, there it is. That's a very different... Why was that not just a part of the bodywork? Weird. Drum brake. Probably not using that. Keeping you. Trunk. Sedan. Good. Backlight. Oh, rear glass, sorry. Alright, what stickers do we want to run on like a race car? Since this will be branded racing, probably the most amount of badges, right? Do we have pictures of the rear? I feel like that's a test car and not the actual thing. Single badge, nothing too much. Single badge, got some stickers for a livery, but not actually things on there. Same story. Single badge, it does have another badge there. This is not in race trim though, so I don't know if that's going to stay. Same with this Honda, but that doesn't, that has just the one badge. I got like burpee hiccups. Oh. Stipulated a design line. Mmm. Oh, well, this is really cool. And we have a design of what the underbody looks like. Holy shit! Documents, 3D modeling. This is going to be... That's a WebP. Fuck. Yeah, whatever. 3D modeling. You know, I'm just going to put it here. This is... GT500 Aero limits. Regulation. So I can still search for it. Okay. Got all the keywords in. We'll deal with that later. Let's get rid of these badges. License plate light. Yeah, we'll get rid of the license plate light. Another badge. Come on. There we go. Then tail light, tail light, tail light, tail light, you, and you. Okay, then there's things inside, huh? Though, they have a thing in the corner that's just a reflector. Sure, okay. There are different styles of taillight, though. Wait. Nope, I was imagining things. Perfect. Like... Yep, nope, they're all the same. Is there a different style on, like, the very base? Nope, that looks to be exactly the same. Alright. All good then. Now we have only 135 items. Oh, God. All right, the things that we're not moving... Probably that. Not that. Hold on, let's just start again. Okay. Nothing in here. Maybe the engine bay... What used to be labeled engine bay crap. Probably not this. Maybe that. Nothing... Wait, what's that? Oh, that's the sway bar. Okay. The engine in the Sunburst is so far forward now. Is it? Oh, you're right, it is. But then again, the axle needs to be behind it, so that makes sense. That's just kind of how a lot of these sorts of things go. Probably won't move that. Oh, I never decided on fenders, did I? Oh, yeah. You know, we can do this from the top. And then just bring the hood back. Oh. These steering arms are not the ones that we want. Those are for the other one. Alright, what do we got in here? We got wide body, cut. Okay, well, let's get rid of cut then. Okay, what else? Okay, so on the back here. Okay, we don't want wide body here. Then we have two different options, apparently. We have quarter panels and quarter panels cut. So let's get rid of non-cut. Okay. Now we have just the cut one. But our bumper doesn't fit. Shit. Ah, yeah, because it's not cut. Okay, we can do the cut. I just realized I'm on top chat, not live chat. Also, you replied to my comment on last stream. Me liking your stuff doesn't mean I have low standards. Oh, that. That was a joke. Self-deprecating. See how far forward the engine sits on a front-wheel drive Audi? Yeah. If you have the transmission on a front-wheel drive, on a vehicle that drives the front wheels, how do I say this? If you have a longitudinal engine in front vehicle where it drives the front wheels, the engine does have to sit very far forward. So if we have a look at a Perez engine, not great pictures here. Here we go. So you got the struts here. They're probably angled a little bit far forward, but as you can see, most of the engine is in front of that. So let's just go Impreza. And you can see that the noses on these, fairly long. Once it's seen, it can't be unseen. And they're very big because they need to be, because the engine is just so far forward. The other one is... like the Saab 9000, I think? Is this what I'm thinking of? No, it's not the Saab 9000. Saab 900? I don't know much about Saabs, to be honest. I only know that they have a very weird setup. There we go. Engine. Look how big the front is on these things. Like, they are really, really big. And you're about to find out why they're so big. This is a front-wheel drive car. You know, that makes it easier to see. That's front-wheel drive. I don't think there is many other cars in the world that are longitudinal front-wheel drive. And in fact, except for maybe some weird, obscure Russian ones, I don't think... or should I say not Russian, but USSR-based ones that have had longitudinal front-wheel drive like this. You know what? I think there was an American one. I think that was a V8. Sorry, V6. Not sure, actually. Yeah, no, there was. There were, like, Cadillacs, I think, that had V8 front-wheel drives longitudinal. Like, really early ones. Early Alphas are the same with Boxer engines front-wheel drive configs? Yeah. I meant more upright standing ones, not flat engines. Sicker Black? Alright. Audi in the mid-2000s to late 2010s had longitudinal front-wheel drives. Really? I didn't realize that. Let's have a look at, 2002 Audi engine. What would have been a front-wheel drive Audi? List of Audi vehicles. Oh, this is on the current stuff, huh? 1980s, 20, okay. Which one's the smallest one? Why is it not telling me what wheel drive it is? Okay, so RS3 is front-wheel drive? Wait, what are we talking about? Which one? Audi A3, okay. Audi A3. Yeah, no, that's transverse. I thought so. Now, I know that they have all-wheel drive longitudinals. Audi A4. Well, let's have a look at the A4 then. Front-wheel drive. Audi A... What's happening? There we go. DDR4 front-wheel drive engine. Okay, why are they showing a V8? Oh, you're saying that the B8 is used for front-wheel drive. That's what you meant by B8. Nope, I was looking at the wrong thing. B6. B6A4. B6. Okay, can we have a picture of the engine and transmission out? Alright. I'll take your word for it. There's just not good pictures. But yeah, it's a very unusual thing to do because it is very poor for weight balance. Still not sure which one I'm going to go with. I think I'm going to go with the rally one, or we might modify it heavily. Well, the front of the body is going to be coming down, so this is going to get modified. Now, have I done everything now? 5th time's a charm, maybe? Okay. Yeah, that's going to have to be modified separately. Don't want that in. Yeah, we'll do that. What have we got in here? What is that? Oh, okay, that's what that is. Now, all of this gets weirdly tilted now. Suspension's gonna have to change. Let's double check. That looks to be everything we need. Then Shift H. Oh, okay. Probably this. Okay, so how do we do this? I've never done something so weird before. You know what? Not this either. Okay, basically what we want is this. Okay, let's go with... Why is that selected? A new collection. Wait, what? Okay. You know what? We're going to make it a sub-selection. Damn it. Alright, fine. Let's move it out. Then create the new. Grab everything that's here. Airbox. Wait, does the race car have an airbox? What do they use? They use a pod. Okay, we didn't need the airbox. How did that make it past my stringent passing? Then this all goes into here. Oh. Angled. I have a bit of an idea of a way we can make our life a bit easier. If we go into this, and then, what, deselect that? I mean, I say easier. It's a bit of a relative term. Fuck. We might do the roll cage separately. Because I feel that the roll cage is a fairly simplistic thing that we can modify. Shit. This doesn't matter too much in here. These buttons are going to become an issue. Oh, what? Oh, they're doing that stuff, huh? We're gonna deselect a bunch of this as well. Yeah. So, undo you. Yeah, that looks possible. Door jams are going to get a little bit fucky-wucky. Yeah, let's do that. Now, the rear is going to move a lot less, but it is a lot more detailed around these areas. So let's clear out that. I think get rid of this whole bottom line here. Oh, that gets real messy. That gets incredibly, really messy. We're going to cut a bunch of the bottom of the door off anyway, so maybe I'm not too concerned about that. Might have to make front suspension cantilever? No, that's not happening. It's mostly that we don't need to do that. Okay, let's move the fuel tank out. We don't need any of this selected. Okay. We want to deselect that and that. all of this around here. That gets tricky. Oh, that gets very tricky. Not too concerned about that, actually. Because this is not going to be rotated as much as the rest of the car. This is going to have to get cleaned up. That'll be fine. Is that just a hole in the door? Is that what they mean when they say cut? Is that actually just cut? Let's open the door. Oh, it is just cut. Also, that material, not great. I bet you if I'd made this mod, people would be bitching and moaning to the sun. They'd be like, oh, it's 0 out of 10. There is a lot of things to complain about with my mods. They are, or at least were, very sloppily made. But that was also because I was more interested in video making and storytelling than anything else. Plasma was primarily all-wheel drive. Ah, okay. Yeah, no, that does make sense then. Standard bonnet bar stove V16 would be so cursed if it was front-wheel drive somehow. Give it a try. The problem is getting around the engine, which is so big. Is the engine in front of that? I wonder. There's a few different things you could do. If the wheels are like center axle line, which is like an imaginary line on a vehicle like that, for the front, if that's in front of the engine, you could potentially just run a drive shaft down the side and have the engine in front. Alternatively, the whole arch is cut to drop the chassis a bit more, fit bigger wheels. I think it's more to do with fitting bigger wheels. It is lower though. Maybe the wheels are the same size. Alright. We're not going to move the side skirts, so let's move the side skirts down. They're not getting modified. Yep, that's fine. Oh, that's fine. Probably not this. That's good. Then inside here, probably, yeah, no, we'll keep that. He's very close though. Okay. We might... I feel that this is going to be a nightmare, so we'll modify that after we move everything. Okay, I'm going to save. And this is going to be... actually, no, it's not going to be there. It's going to be in defunct V1, and this will be just before we do our move. So let's save as. This will be V2. Now, how low are these cars? What the hell? Is that the same Honda? That is not a good looking angle. Okay, they are scraping on their bellies. We can do that stuff. That's not too hard. What I want to do though is get a ground plane in. So where is dimensions? Oh yeah, we have to get the axle alignment too. Yeah, we'll figure that out. There's somewhere around the ground plane. They all? Yeah, they're all fairly low. What size wheel? Front and wheel housing. I'm curving over the front wheels. An area between the front wheel housing is called the lateral duct, and the left and right side corners of the front bumpers are called the flick boxes. Boomerang shaped or round aerodynamic devices called canards. Flicks can be attached to the flick boxes. Oh, okay. The NSX Concept GT struggled with cooling around the engine because it had midship rear-wheel drive layout using a common monocoque structure designed for a front engine rear-wheel drive. Ah, okay. We don't get wheel sizes, do we? In the specifications, do we have wheels? Engine, turbo, gearbox, weight, power, fuel, aspiration, length, width, wheelbase, steering, tire suppliers. Super GT 500 wheel specifications. Super GT 500. It's gonna be Mustang. Damn it. Does putting a minus still work? Good. They were still cool and inspiring in their own way. Yeah, I liked hearing how people were inspired. That was my dopamine addiction. What's this? Nothing. Oh, there's text in here. What is super good? Nothing here. Okay. Is that meant to be super good wheels and tires? Front 300, R18, R18. Those are the sizes used on the Prelude. 18 by 12 on the front, 18 by 13 on the rear. Okay, let's see. 18. Okay. What size wheels can we have? Oh, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this. Rear wheels, 19s. Okay, let's go the widest wheels we can have. Is that a drag wheel? That might be. Yeah, that's a drag wheel. And that's going to be the same thing. You said... Fuck. That's not a conventional size, is it? Because they do the stupid wheel... tire ratio, sorry, in real-world wheels. I want to know how big the tire has to be on it. Is this actually... I don't know. Oh, yeah, I see Nissan Nismo in there. That's likely. Pilot Sport. That doesn't seem right for a race car. Bridgestone Potenzas. I don't see anything written on them. .680 is the overall height of the wheel. This is where things get really tricky, because the size of a wheel is not the labeled size. Like, they're different. So I can't really go by those sorts of values, and I hate it so much. 18. 18th? No. No. TYRE. Open tire. Allow teams whose tire supply hasn't won. Dry tires. Deliver tires. Okay, it's not in here either. TYRE. Ongoing tire wall. That sounds about right. Wheel. Rear wheel drive. Wheel base. Front wheel. Oh, interesting. Wait, what was this? Rear-wheel drive cars dominated the series in 2018 when an all-wheel drive Subaru Impreza developed by that one in Sepang, an open top car and made a one-off. So they could have had all-wheel drive? Is that what they're saying? Bugger. We have that one image, right? Does that one image... Wait, what are we doing here? Nothing. Ah, yeah, this is the one. Okay, that shows a wheel. We know that the wheelbase is correct. Let's bring in that image now. Wheelbase. Okay, let's get this scaled to size. Okay, then let's bring it down to the ground plane. So if that's on the ground plane now, cylinder. No, that was the wrong thing. That's what I wanted. Radius comes down. That is this size. Two inches. 13, 4. Oh. No, we need twice that. 3, 6, 7, 0, 8. $27 inches. Though I do recognize that this is unlikely to be 100% accurate. Just as a guesstimation, 252. No, we'll just go 2.5, so that becomes 5. That is about a 19 inch. Alright, let's go with this. And... Okay. We have an estimated size now. Let's go back to our car. Oh, we don't want that in here. Get that shit out of here! Dimensions, good. Our bumper. What have we done with the bumper? Probably want to grab that node. Oh, sorry, those vertices. Oh, that's also in here, huh? Okay. We can probably go ahead and save, and we're also going to save over 1. Back to 2. Then let's do our... Oh. Moving. What? There we go. .680 is the outer diameter of the wheel. I've got no idea how to convert that to traditional sizes though. I'll go on a guess that they are probably 40 to 35% going off of the looks of they are 18s. So, as I said, wheels are not actually measured conventionally. Let's line up the bottom bodywork with our bodywork. Kind of like that. Do we even need to do the tilt? Kinda want to still. Because we've gone to so much effort now. We can add just a little bit of tilt, I suppose. Oh, okay, you know, there's still more stuff in here. What is that? That is... Yep, okay. Just looking up that specific size on Google takes me to the Yokohama where it specifies 13-inch sizes in the normal width aspect ratio, but anything bigger than that, it goes to overall width size. So there's tire size calculators. I could probably just use that. What? Okay, is that enough? We want to make sure that we don't... Yeah, good. Okay. Okay, subtle tilt. We're going to have to move the wheelbase at some point. What do we move? Maybe both? Like... this? So then we do just the rear. Or... move just the front. Okay, that's clipping into the headlights. Oh, but we also need to change the overall length, don't we? Well, since we're moving the front suspension anyway, that'll be easy. But we don't want to move it too much. I think that what we've got set up at the moment is probably going to be the absolute maximum that we can have. As for the rear... I don't want to move it that far. You know what, since we're making custom bodywork anyway for the aero stuff, yeah, we'll also just move the rear. It doesn't have to be that complicated. Okay, everything angled a little bit. Let's go over the mesh to make sure that nothing is too wonky. So I noticed that there was this. Is that just the bumper? That is just the bumper. Okay. Well, then we can edit just this. Okay, maybe we'll go with that. Then I do this. Doesn't look too wonky. Good. All right. Now, what were some of the notes I was taking? I was taking some notes. Moved rear. Moved the rear. Move the rear what? Wait, what did I move? Anybody remember? What the fuck? Moved the rear. Huh? Well, we can hide this for now since we don't need it. And I think we're going to create a new plane. Mesh. No, cube. We'll go with the cube. We can subdivide it as much as we want. And this will be our working area. Okay. Then we have a maximum width that we can have, which was this. So that'll be our maximum width. Let's change the name of that. Max. Size. So, this is what we can make. What do we think? How many of these have, like, really massively long rear overhangs? Okay, that looks like it has a massively rear hang. I get the feeling that there's probably also a limitation on how far you can have an overhang from the bodywork. Either that or they've moved the rear wheels back. I don't know. This also feels higher than the aero work area. You know what? No, it's not aero area. Aero stuff here. So they can probably do whatever they want. All right. Let's start cutting bodywork. Now, we don't need both side doors, so we can get rid of these things for now, and we'll just mirror them when we come back to this. Oh, that almost lines up perfectly as it is. Actually, you know what? I have an idea. We'll join the things together. So you and you. We gotta make the UV map names match. Okay. Then L. Can't see what's happening. Join. And they have just the two unwraps. Good. Oh, sorry, mesh. Whatever. L. L. Do I match the front and rear doors? Not sure. All right. Now, if I go in... Oh, I didn't join them. Oh, weird. If I go in and have mirror on, good, perfect mirroring. Mirroring? Almost perfect mirroring. Okay. Well, in that case, delete. Wait, what? Why didn't they join? What? What did I join? Ah. Oh, there's an extra door here. No, that's an interior. What? Oh, did I join these? What the fuck have I done? I see what I've done. Okay. Yep, that's what... Okay, yep, no. I'm just... My brain isn't working too well. This just has a different name to the front doors. Alright. Good. That's where we can cut. Did I? Yeah, I did delete the other side. That's fine. Good. Then similar things here. Did I check the mirroring? Good. There. This is going to be a bit problematic, ain't it? Is that the roll? That's the roll cage. That's fine. Then let's modify this stuff. Probably going to want to move this. This gets really complicated around here, doesn't it? Yeah, it's all connected. You know, I don't trust Alt-J. We're going to leave that. This being joined here is a real annoyance. So if I just go something like this, and then we'll just make this line up. We'll force it. There. It'll be good enough. So I don't want to move the suspension stuff. That's engine-based stuff, is it? I don't know if they allow ABS, but we can work with this. No, that gets really complicated with stuff, doesn't it? Yeah, it's going to be just in the way. Probably going to have a battery in the back somewhere, so we can at least do away with some of the battery stuff. That's just fun, yay! And then a little bit like that. Just basically getting it out of the way. Is it in the way of the wheel? Yeah, it is. We'll work on this more as time goes on as well. Okay, for now, it is not poking through anymore. Then we got you. Good. You're doing enough. Let's modify these wheels a little bit. Now, you said they were 13 inches wide. I can bring up edge length. 13... 0.3. 0.33. There. You know what? It's the fronts really that matter at the moment. So let's go. I think you said 12? On the rear? Yeah, sorry, on the front. So 12 is 305, 304. About there. Okay. What is it matched to? Wheelbase. Object. Apply. All transforms. Okay. I suppose the top of this doesn't need to be quite so sharp. Let's go like that. It's like the maximum about there. Yeah. That works ish. We can work on that. Now I suppose to make a pretty version of this. Aero working area. Then we'll go aero box, and we're just gonna prettify this a little bit. Put a loop around here. Then mirror. Perfect. So, how do they have their front splitters and stuff? Do they max out the size? No, it looks like they're kind of rounded. Just at least a little bit. They did talk about a boomerang shape. Oh, my voice. When you get older, you go through certain body changes and things like your voice start to change. So let's go around here. That'll do for boomerang at the moment. Oh, but the width stays the same. It just kind of boomerangs. So they maximize that. I love YouTube. Once again, changing from live chat to top chat. Yeah, if you, especially if you do, what do you call it? If you refresh or anything, that'll change a lot. I'm just noticing that this kind of just like barrels around into the side of the bodywork. This kind of slopes off. This one barrels around into the bodywork. The GT... No, that's the... Yeah, that kind of slopes off into the thing as well. Let's go... 2014. Has a bit of an angle, like sharp angle there. That's just a model. That's 2026. No, I want 2014, please. Are you just not showing me what I want to see? You're just showing me what you think I want to see? Oh, that has like extra airbox stuff. Interesting choice. Alright, we're gonna move this to the front. What the fuck? Firefox does some of those stupidest things, I swear. Alright, now that it's at the front, we have a little bit better. 2014. Okay, they all seem to have different aero packages. You can see the clear line where they've started adding things on. Okay, sharp angle, rounded angle, just protruding bodywork. I don't know what that's about. So, I'm just going to make my own decision here on how this will go back into the bodywork. We're gonna have it go just straight inwards. Kind of fairly aggressively. We only want it to start moving in front of the... What happened? Wheel well like there. So then... You can go like this. Because it is fairly aggressive. Though they have more front overhang than we do. We had to give up a lot of our front overhang, because you can see it starts here as opposed to the body line starting here. Yeah, I'll go somewhere around there. I love YouTube. Once again, I already read that. It does that. So annoying. Yeah, okay. I think I've only had that happen to me once. Not that anything was really happening in a chat anyway. And then just massive cutouts. Is that a radiator? Huh. That makes sense. Yeah, we might stick a radiator back there for airflow and then put the exhaust. Wait, they don't have the exhaust coming out here, do they? Where does the exhaust come out on this version? On that side. Which side is the driver on? On the American side? and very inwards. That's weird. So they went with an American seating position for their race car. There's got to be some sort of advantage for that. Strange. Oh. Even though the bodywork stops there, they have the massive mouth opening there. Yeah, okay, we might make ours more aggressive. Instead of just keeping the bumper as it is. Alright, do we have pictures of the rear? They're doing a very similar thing, except... Why are they not maximizing it here? Also, are these, like, vertical flaps? What's happening here? That is vertical. There's just, like, a thing here. Weird. Also, this bodywork is weird around here. That looks like it's 3D printed and attached. Huh. They're also tapering inwards, which makes sense on the rear. Yeah. Pretty big taper inwards. Looks like it's kinda limited a little bit by their bodywork. But then keeping it straight. A lot of these things could either be regulation, or... Are they going with like a little bit of rule of cool? That would be awesome if they could do that and kind of get away with it. Just behind the rear wheel. Okay. Then... Here we can have cutout. There's probably some ratio of factory bodywork, the aero bits added on top of that they needed to stick to. Maybe. Yeah, maybe there's like a maximum protrusion from bodywork. But then the rear overhang is much more than the side extension. You see these lines in here? I think this is 3D printed, and then they like composited over it to kind of like rapidly prototype the design. OTI back end very much looks like a standard rear with over fenders modeled to it. Yeah, but it really could have tapered more to help with aero, or maybe they're expecting a lot of air to come out of here. Maybe that's what it is. Awesome. Can't open it up either. Do we have translate to English? Downloads? Whatever. There we go. Let's now create a cutout for the wheel. Oh, this one wraps around the wheel. Does the Sky Lizzle do that? A little bit. Okay. Interesting. then... Okay. Yeah, let's do the same here. There. Oh. We'll put the slats on as well at some point, because it looks like they all utilize that, which would make sense because that can give a lot of downforce. Design area. Oh, okay. They're just saying the whole thing. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to modify this bumper now to utilize the maximum area that it's allowed to utilize. Grab that. Yep. Oops. Oh, hold on. Gotta grab this. Oh, some things are going weird. What exactly is happening here? Oh, it comes to a point. Okay. Ah. Okay. There. That'll fix that weirdness. Oh. Okay. All right. Is this perfectly mirrored as well? No. Alright. That's good. Seems to be another anomaly in here. What is wrong with you? Is that an N-gon? I think that's an N-gon. Fix the N-gon. Don't worry, guys. Emergency averted. Okay, well. And fixed over here as well. Whew! Almost had an N-gon in our model. So there's a little bit of problem here. How does that want to go? That'll do. There is a canard here. We can move that if need be. Okay, so let's start moving the suspension to fit, but not the engine yet. You know, let's go new collection. This one will be engine. Bumper. Okay, that's different stuff. Engine bay, belt, engine. Half shafts, no, that's different. Transmission? I need to go to the toilet. I'll be back. I always vom back. Well, that's unfortunate. Exhaust. Transmission mount bracket. No, we're gonna leave that on. Oh, you. Oh, I don't know if we all need to know about your ablutions. Got all of those thingamajiggies and a belt. Engine bay stuff? I don't know about that. Maybe. Engine bay stuff can go, why not? Okay, that's fine. You're good. You're... Yeah, okay. Don't want you. Never use? Original stuff? Probably never use. By the way, I was joking. I was poking fun, if you couldn't figure it out. Since we're not doing all-wheel drive in this, I'm going to select all of that, and then with these doohickey dads, select just these, and then move that down. I think I'm going to move it down 0.02. No, it has to be more than that. .04. Yeah, let's go 0.04 on that. Front struts moved down 0.04, was it? I can't remember. Yeah, it was 0.04 meters. We'll just do that. I'm glad you got that. I was worried that that came across as mean. I was like, okay, maybe that joke won't quite land. What? What's happening over here? Wait, are these not symmetrical? What happened? Go. Oh, there's more things to select. Yeah, that'll do. All of these parts are going to get renamed as well, so then they match our... sorry, so then they don't conflict with default things. Everything else here seems fine. I'm going to create, now, a front crash structure. Now, what do they have? Is this... that is textured. I would like to use their textures. What does their oven wrap look like? Oh, that is skewed. That... 3D modeling. Does that look weird that it's skewed? Yeah, it does. Anyway, UV editing. So if we have a look at, for instance, U. Okay, we'll look at your side then. Ah, okay. So we can just use their materials and just plop it all over this. And that should give us what we want. All right. Then I'm going to create the Bezier curve. And we need to be able to reach the top strut, then angle downwards. Where is our Bezier curve? That is our Bezier curve. Okay. Probably there. That can go about there. That's kind of where I want it to be, honestly. Yep, that's acceptable. I'm back. Sorry I had to do some errands in the apartment. No, that's... I don't require people to be awaiting. But, still appreciated, I suppose. Not gonna look a gift view in the mouth. Then yeah, something like that can work. And a plate can go in there, and then the top hat can do the rest of the holding in place. I'm gonna go bring up geometry. Something kind of like that. I've been building my own version of a zip archive extractor, but with more features than WinRAR has. I've been thinking about doing the same thing, because on Linux, all the archive managers, they all have flaws, and they're all really irritating. For one, I don't like drop-down menu things. It just makes it cluttered and more messy, and in my opinion, looks a little bit ugly. The other one is, this one doesn't have type in here. Can I even add type? I think I remember looking at this and I couldn't figure it out. But also, they don't have type for things normally. They don't always have type for Configure toolbars. Configure arc? Configure arc. Yeah, we can't add file type into here, which is moronic. That is very important. Configure toolbars? Nope. Then some of them will and some of them won't allow you to click and drag files out into file explorers in Linux. It's a bit of a pain. And none of them have zip grep, which is basically what WinRAR has. So that's something that I've been planning. And I think it's going to be my first Linux thing that I make. Because I am looking to get into making Linux things. What the hell is that extra triangle there? Weird. Come on, come on, just want to line up these two vertices. Oh, closer. There we go, close enough. Didn't do enough, damn it. Okay, that'll do. Then we need to get down to the radiator. Oh, there's things in the way. Yeah, it'll be fine. We don't need to have a really detailed radiator mount. Just gonna go from here. And so we have an intercooler down here. Are we gonna reroute the intercooler? What do we have? Oh, weird blue sheen. Oh, that's from the map. Okay. That's a special pipe. That is a special pipe as well. Hey, look at that. They had corner then weld. That shows that somebody actually cares. That's really well done. Because usually they're just like, spaghetti is like, wow, how'd they get that bent? I want to make it available for macOS and Linux, but I currently built it in WinUI 3 for right now, also to see how well I could actually build one. Are they even front-mounted radiators? They're clearly getting a massive amount of air into the front of these things. Like, they cut open a lot, and that... Like, I'm not seeing engine bay in there, I'm seeing, like, something flat. And I think that is... the radiator. Hold on a second. So there's this whole thing in aerodynamics about the air that happens, what happens to the air behind the engine. Sorry, behind the radiator when it hits the engine. So like the engine is not aerodynamic. You don't think that that would matter very much, but actually it does. Is this bowed out area here to get the air to flow around the engine? That'd be interesting. Yeah, that has 2 radiators on the front. I wonder, do you have to worry about boiling brake fluid? Is that what they're doing? I mean, I doubt it, but that would be an interesting thing. I know that they have to cool the brake rotors themselves. What is WinUI? Windows UI library that uses interface API that is a part of Windows runtime. Oh, okay. Well, converting over might be difficult, but understanding things and getting the proper things done. Does things like grep and zipgrep work in Windows? Because that you like just changing those things around, maybe if it doesn't exist in Windows. I'm gonna match up to that bracket there. And all the engine and everything is going to move further back anyway, so I'm not too concerned about this, actually. We are going to need to mount the bumper. So we'll come up with that, but I reckon we'll do that after we move the engine. So I suppose now, let's move the engine. If we hide the engine, do we have everything? Good. Okay, no, we don't want to move that. Don't want to move that. Oh, what? Don't. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, let's keep an eye on how far back we move this. How? Wait. We get a fairly clear shot of the driver in the vehicle. That looks like a steel wheel. That's... Wait, what? What am I looking at? What is... That's not a brake rotor. So some sort of cover, but wouldn't that hold the heat in? Why would they do that? There's no, like, there's these circles, but they're not ventilation holes. They're just holes in the part of the cover with this cover underneath. Is this just for show so then they don't give away secrets, maybe? Anyway, driver seating position. They're not that far back. Let's have a look at this one. Where's the driving seating position there? Carbon ceramic. They would have brake ducting from the front. Yeah, I know. It needs the heat to stay hot with brake force. Yeah, but you don't want to overheat things. Decently large thing to do. I know if you want to encrypt files with WinRAR, we'll think it's corrupted. Nope, they do the same thing in F1 Endurance. I think it's to better guide air coming from the duct. Weird. They are carbon ceramic brakes. Just Google Nismo R35. Carbon ceramic brakes. Lots of good photos. Alright. Where is that? There. That looks different from here. That can't be what a brake thing looks like. It's textured. That is definitely not what we're looking at. It's like got a double shielding. And you can tell this is a two-piece brake. Normally the bolts would be around here for that, and it's covered. See? That's where that would be. Except it like covers even the tapered bit. I suppose that could also be a brake. Yeah. That looks more like a clutch. Weird. Even still, it's got the bolt holes. This does not. Carbon cover around the carbon brakes, yeah. Use the SBR4 twin turbo setup. I think they have to be singular turbo. Or maybe I'm conflating with GT300 or whatever. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what we were doing. We're looking at how far back... Oh, no. The Subaru driver sits. Is that a Liberty? A Legacy? I just want a side shot. Cockpit. It's back a bit. I'm guessing because the engine wanted to be further back. Is that the only cockpit picture we're going to get? Really? Wait, what? Whatever. That actually doesn't look like much has moved. Scooby photo stock. What? Oh, rally. Okay, yeah, no, that's different. I was like, that doesn't look right. Alright. And then we have to keep an eye on how far back we move it. So that's 0.17. 7. Let's... Oh, we don't have the interior in. Wait, where's the interior? Interior, okay. I'm gonna start by moving the... Oh. Then whilst we're in here, just like that, okay. We're gonna move the firewall back. To match up with the actual, like, limitation. Like, look at the gap between the firewall and where the actual, like, interior wall is. That is a weird choice the devs made, but I'm guessing there's a reason why. We're, however, going to ignore that and just do whatever we fucking want. Okay. This gets tricky. This gets very tricky. Where's the side skirts? We need to turn those off. There we go. Oh, it's not even. Okay. Okay, that'll do. Then we're gonna have to start squishing. Working without working files can be painful. Oh, wait. Damn it. I forgot. Can't move any of this. Okay, we have a bunch more clearance, but not a massive amount of clearance. Subaru WRX, Google that maybe. I already did that. Albeit this looks more like a rally car, but is what... this is what you're looking for. We're still working on it, bro. Like, give me some time. The WRX is also a rally car. It's like its original intention. Okay. I meant for interior? I haven't touched the interior yet. This can go back so far. Ooh. Okay, well, I think that might be our limit then, on how far back we can go. I wasn't paying close enough attention. Okay. Now, having an overlip is actually very common, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was actually how that would be if this was a real car. Now, if we grab our engine. Get you. Actually, you know what? No, you do go. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, no. We won't grab engine-based stuff as well. Now, how far back can we move this now? Probably somewhere around here. If we're going correct side drive, we can then cut out this for the exhaust. Oh, that's clipping, is it? Oh, shit. Yeah, we'll work on that in a second. So let's move you back again. That's probably about the maximum we can move this back. That is 0.42. Okay, I think that's where that's going to sit. 0.42. That, oh, I think that actually makes us mid-engine. Engine back 0.42 meters. I gotta work tomorrow, but the urge to call in has been high. Probably don't fuck around with your job. These? Is that everything? Let's do it this way. GY.42. There. Now, do we move the interior or do we move the frame? I think we move the frame. This needs to move as well. I'm just gonna check. Not perfectly symmetrical. Fuck. That's irritating. That's really irritating. Fine. Then we'll just go through and reselect everything this way. That both sides? Yes, good. Doesn't look like we've missed anything. Okay. Then we can move just these back. Good. Actually, you know what? We don't need those. We could also move the interior, which is what we're going to do in a second. Yeah, let's move all of this. Back forwards. Ah, yep, good. What do we got around here? Yeah, whatever, it'll do. Materials are going to look a little bit wonky, but she'll be right, mate. Now, let's hope that the reason the interior was done the way it was, with such a large gap, wasn't because of shading issues in BeamNG, or like any sort of thing with Z fighting for shadow creation. Okay. I think that works. Did we ever line up the suspension? let's bring back those bounding boxes we had. Wheelbase? No, just the wheels. It does not look like we did. Okay. Let's create a new collection for front sus. Skid plate, skid plate, skid plate. Oh, okay. We may take... What's this? Not that one. Not that one. What? What is that? Oh, that's side skirt. My bad. Skid plate. There we go. What is that meant to be? Oh, yeah. We don't need that. We're not going to bring the steering arms. Oh, I know what to do. That is front suspension stuff. Cool. And then rear suspension. That all goes in a new collection. Oh, well, whatever. Oh, where'd the new collection go? Rear sus. This looks very sus. Okay. Front sus. How do we do this? There, that should help. That's the one. Oh, yeah, that needs to get lifted up too, because we need straight A-arms. That actually is really tricky. Well, wait, where'd the hubs go? Oh, there's the hubs. Just to make my life a little bit easier, I'm gonna put an X in the middle. So then, all we have to do is line that up with this line here. Then... Oh, actually, where's the engine sit now? No, it's still going to be in the middle of the engine. We could run A custom exhaust. Actually, yeah. You know what? Custom exhaust is key here, I think. And we'll have the turbo inside of the passenger compartment. Because that sort of stuff is going to have to happen anyway, honestly. Then we can move our suspension around and everything. I was saying with the SBR4 exhaust. Oh, like I was saying with the SBR4 exhaust. Alright, let's have a look at the SBR4's exhaust. I didn't spawn a new one, whatever. Goes sideways. We are going tube chassis. Yeah. Okay. You have to be able to fit the wheel in still. Yeah. Okay, we can do that. But it needs to be a single turbo, not twin. Intake. Stock intake? No, that's naturally aspirated intake. So that's just, yeah, go straight into twin turbos. The manifolds route to the front of the engine bay because the turbos are in front. Turbos are in front technically, but they might be able to be oh, right. You're right. No, actually, that doesn't matter at all, because we're only bringing the turbos. We're not bringing in physics or the engine block. It is the same engine, but with 2 turbos instead of 1. Yeah, I know. But I think that there was a rule about the amount of turbos you could have. Though I probably am wrong. Oh yeah, we don't need that shielding. Because all the shielding is doing is protecting the exhaust and... Oh, sorry, the drive shaft from the exhaust. Yeah. Okay. Sure, whatever, we'll grab that. Oh, actually, we're grabbing all of this. Ah, okay. About there will do. Then we have to figure out what the hell I've done with these brake lines. And also modify them more. There we go. Oh. There. Okay. GT300, which was NA, single or twin. Ah. I'm not also too... I don't know, I just don't want a twin turbo. Turbocharger. They have a single turbo listed. Yeah, no, it is limited to a single of that turbocharger. Which we can get specs off of, but that's not really going to help us in the fact that that's not how BeamNG does things. This is a problem. Oh, this is looking terrible. Oh, actually. Is that where it sits normally? What do these pipes normally go to? Alright, let's have a quick explore. They... Okay, from here, one goes to the rad, and one goes down and comes into that pipe. Okay, two go down into the intake pipe. That makes sense. Oh, and now we're hitting into the... Okay, yeah, the sway bar wasn't there before. Okay. Fuck. You know what, just don't look closely. If you're looking closely, you're doing it wrong. Oh, dearie me. This looks atrocious. Jesus. Oh, dearie. Oh, God. Okay. Oh. Well, that'll allow us a bit of free range here to move downwards. Great modeling skills by me. Would have been quicker just to redo it, honestly. Great. Cool. Done. Okay. I think I'm going to make a turbo from scratch, a manifold from scratch, and we're going to cut into the firewall and stuff. Okay. Shit. Damn it. Oh, wait. We can... Oh, we don't even really need this, do we? Let's get rid of all of this. This is just in the way for now. If we're holding the intercooler and whatnot all the way over here, if we have the exhaust so far back, exhaust so far back. Let's create our box for the time being. It's going to be the exhaust box. Be something kind of like this. Nice pipe, dude. Are you hitting on me? Thanks. Skills being shown on display here are second to none. You know, except for basically everybody's. Okay, it'll look something kind of like this, but it also needs to go all the way back. So then it exits further backwards. So it'll probably go something like this. And the turbo has all of this playroom area to sit. My only issue is I don't know how to get turbo over the top. Wait, if we're going to run an intercooler back here, so if we have the turbo here, have the exhaust come out the top half here, have the intercooler down here, we can then run the intercooler piping back up through here. Correct response is, thanks, I grew it myself. If that's the wheel size, that is gonna have like 5 degrees of steering. Generally, race cars don't have tight steering angles. We might even do this. We'll fix that later. We don't need this. You know, I'm going to extend this out so then I could see it So that's where this sits, huh? I might move the steering rack back forwards. Is there a reason for race cars to have a rear-mounted steering rack, or...? I see a slight problem. We're gonna have to angle that around. And run a steering like that. Yeah, we really don't need this all the way out here, do we? So, it could just kind of end there. And then this doesn't need to necessarily mount on the side. It could mount on the bottom. Yeah. Oh, great. Intercooler piping is clipping. All right, let's go Alt-H and delete. Then we'll move these up. Oh, but they also go into this, huh? Something seems weird. Okay, I see it. No, just like that. What? What happened? Nope. That. No! Stop! That. Thank you. Okay, then you... The only thing this then needs to do is hold up the suspension. So if we do move the intercooler, we have more access. Good. Hey, Spaces. Oh no, Philman in Blender, what will he do? We're remaking this thing entirely. Because it is just so different now. What are we looking at? And we'll just pretend that it's a real thing that can happen. Okay, that is definitely going to clip with the thing. All right. Yeah, I didn't want to delete this and all start over again, but yeah, we're going to delete and start over. I think your shots need to come inboard quite a bit. Do they? No? Are these... Yeah, they're bolted to the thing. These rotate with the wheel. What is happening? What? Why is... Oh, I see what's happening. It assumed a direction. What a bitch. Yep, same thing. And it assumed it wrong. Like, come on. So... Something like this. Then from here, we'll want to go directly downwards. So I think instead what we're going to do is we're going to make a flat plate here. And this is just going to be 2 tubes. Box section can go like from here maybe. That needs to go more than that. Oh. I was lining up to the wrong thing. Back here. We haven't moved the crossbar yet. Now, is that clipping into the radiator piping? It is. What we can do is... Oh, look, problem solved. I don't see anything wrong. Subaru apparently made a 3.5 liter flat 12 for F1 back in the 90s? Really? Found a bit of a flaw in the idea. GT500 is 2 liter inline 4. Inline 4? You'd probably get an exemption on that particular one. Oh no, wait. They would want to prevent people from having an advantage of a lower center of gravity, wouldn't they? Alright. As I said also, this is going to be like not actually GT500. Because we don't want to be copyrighted. We know how the Japanese can be with lawsuits and stuff. They are very litigious. I'm gonna move this forwards whilst we have them. Did I ever write down how much I moved the suspension forward on the front? Shit, I didn't. 0.65. 0.65. Minus 0.065. Moved front sus forward. I think. Okay. Then with you. Something like that. Then we can realign you now. I'll match up and we'll make it look like it's welded onto that. There's a, like some sort of encapsulation sort of thing. This can go kind of like this. Weird. Seeing some sort of strange artifacting. We're also going to drop the polygon count on this. I just realized it's set really high. You know, that could be set to 0 because these are straight pipes. Geometry. That's the one I wanted to have a look at. What is the minimum? Yeah, maybe we don't want that. That'll do. It's inspired. Nintendo lawyers firing up their laptops to draft a DMCA when they see a child drawing a crayon picture of Mario. Yeah, that sort of thing. Any indie studio is somewhat remotely successful with... I mean, to be honest, they were really, like, pushing the boundaries. But it was still shit of them to strike them for it or, like, try to take them down. No, they did strike them, didn't they? Anyway, now we need to move up our suspension. I just realized we've been, yeah. We can leave the steering arm low. I think. Wait, is this still McPherson strut? Oh. Well, that sucks. Just getting an idea whether I like it or not. We can move the radiator in front of it. Let's duplicate this. Hide the rad. Okay, we still hit a pump. We can remove a pump. We can change a belt. Will that, however, get us close to our goal of center of the wheels? Not really, no. Where would it need to be the center of the wheel? That's where it'd have to be. Oh wait, we're going much wider as well, so... That is not perfect. That looks to be about 0.6. Oh, actually, don't want to move that either. Still colliding with the engine. I don't want to lift the engine up. Did your Sunburst mod break with a Sunburst refresh? Yeah, it basically instantly completely disappeared because it was a whole new vehicle. We could widen out the suspension a little bit more on the arms themselves. Like that. It's about the most we could do. Of the least we can do. 0.35. .035. Wait, what? What's happening? What? Oh. 0.035. Okay. And we could make the engine into a stress member. I love doing that. Nintendo literally just got salty over them making money, even though they ripped other studios' Dragon Quest. Yeah. There's a lot of stupid things that are happening. Corporate greed is making people dumber. Yep, that works. We might stretch this out a little bit. That doesn't need to be there. None of this needs to be here. This is also superfluous. Packaging constraints. How are we feeling about this? No, we stole it first. Kinda. Whatever it'll do. Now let's start thinking about the exhaust. Where did our exhaust go? We'll just take the mounting face off. Turbocharger race. Let's duplicate this. And for now, we're going to put this in original. Actually, you know what? That once again works, except for like the whole needs to be inside of the heat shielding area, but that works. Oh, this needs to be modified. Not too uncommon to have to modify a chassis tunnel. Let's hide the sides. Hide your kids, hide your wives. Right here. Oh. Something like that. There. Then around here we have the problem of all of this. But we can grab that and move that all as one. Don't need to move that. I think that's correct. Okay, it's almost done the right stuff. Ah, okay, I see what I did wrong. Needs to move out. But yeah, now we got this. Nope. There. Needs to go down to here, does it? Okay. Grab you, and okay. How's that look? Ooh, close. Your car's so good, you can make... You're so good, can you... no, but it sounds like you've got yourself your first project that you can make your own mod for in BeamerG. I'm going to... Yeah. Work on this. Where... So, where's the bounding box on the side? It was... Oh, did I put it under there, did I? Whoops. Yeah, we have plenty of room as to where we can have this turbo exit from. What are we looking at? Yep, that looks fine. We might just redo an intermediary pipe. This really shouldn't be too close to where the driver is. Now, all of you will sit to the side for now. We'll figure out where to put you later. Now, I want to grab this. Ah, good. That is its own thing. Let's have a look at the of editing. Perfect. And if we have a look at the rest, yeah, okay. We can delete that and just make our own then of that. Well, I don't want to deal with moving untriangulated masses like that. Yes, please, make a Mercedes. Yep, sounds like you have your first mod that you want to make on your own. Congrats. A lot of people seem to think that I'm running low on ideas, and you've already solved that problem yourself by having your own idea. Curve. Bezier. What car is this? This is the Sunburst. We're absolutely mutilating it at the moment. Yeah, I'll go something like this. Oh yeah, we have to do the exhaust, don't we? So how does the exhaust look again, coming out of the sides? Show me one of them, please. Okay, it's coming out at an angle, and it looks slat cut, so that's fine. I wonder. Yeah, I could do something more like this. Duct the air around a little bit more. Or maybe move it up. So then we have less. That's unfortunate. Okay, let's go around and make a cut. Edge split. Okay, well... Now, what I want to do is angle this that way to the intercooler, then angle this directly downwards to bring in the exist. There. GT Sunburst. So this is from a video that I did a long time ago, but the mod completely broke, so we're working on it now. Now that we've got that working, we could theoretically run it this way and then have the intercooler running back there and then have the exhaust running. Because the intercooler piping is going to be the thing that causes a lot of boost threshold issues. that will probably do. Then I want to exit out of the side of the door. Wait, do we have a picture of the Subaru? They have it coming out down and low, so that's a different era then. The Super Rude will probably have it come around here, right? It just attaches just above. Okay, it should be really close to here then. Let's go 4 inches probably. This is depth, 4 inch. Yeah, okay, that was wrong. 2 inch. Yeah, that's 4 inch. So what's happening here, if you're not following what I'm saying, is it's radius, not diameter. Subaru? More like Superbaru. Okay, there we go. Yep, that's good. This, however, doesn't need to be quite so high res. I need to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a bit. Also, weren't those cars already full tube chassis? Carbon monocoque for later ones? This is meant to be around 2014-ish. So we're pretending carbon. So technically full tube chassis, but I understand that it is very annoying to make one. Are they? From this time period? 2014. You reckon a 2014 car that looks like carbon fiber to me. I'm guessing this is a full carbon fiber monocoque. I don't want to make a full interior though, so we're gonna avoid a lot of that. This doesn't seem right. There's no place for the exhaust to go. That has, okay, yeah. Usually only A-pillar styled. 2014, yeah. I think you... Sorry, but I think you're wrong. Okay. We're good. We're gonna cut a large section out to have a radiator, not a radiator, an intercooler down here, and we're gonna put a heat shield between the intercooler and the turbo pipe. Did I write monocoque? No, I wrote cockpit. Oh. What do we have here? I mean, I know that this is for the wrong car, but... that could be interesting. What do we got? And they don't have full-page translation, do they? And then if I hit translate on this... oh, you're a piece of shit. No. I made one of those if you want. I worked on something based on those cars. Oh, those Class 1. This is not Class 1. Class 1 started in 2020. They only announced it in 2014. Might have mixed up some stuff because the Subaru went under... yeah, that different era, different rules. Carbon monocoque, if you need, I have a few interesting pictures of those. Nah, we're fine. I can find what I need. Such as underbody and chassis. It is Class 1. Not in 2014. That didn't start until 2020. They announced it in 2014. There was a change in rules in 2014. It's just the announcement of switching to working with DTM happened much earlier. So what do we got here? MR layout, common one. Okay, no. Rest of the was. I don't know what they're asking. What's 300 millimeters? Oh, okay. They were allowed to move their monocoque because the engine is behind, not in front. Okay, so we see the packaging position for a normal car. The center line of the wheels wouldn't move, but they move the monocoque. That means that the wheel is at the front part of the engine normally. And they run a transaxle. Because this, they say, is FR. That is not a diff. Oh, no, maybe that's not a transaxle. Maybe that structure that I'm looking at. Wait a second, are these suspension pickup points? Oh! It looks like this is the FR, and this is FR, that's MR, and this is M. Why have they done it like this? Hold on, I'm gonna break out my phone and do a translation, because this is a picture. Where's the camera option? There it is. Front suspension, point specified range. Rear suspension, point specified range, MR car. Rear suspension, point specification, same as FR car. Ah, okay, so the rear stays the same. Okay, so this is to regulation then. Oh, excuse you. Aero limit regulations. This will be suspension regulation. And what is this? Adjusting the engine mounting points. Okay, well, we don't care about that. Nope, nope. Changing the structure for the roll gauge. Oh, we don't care about that. But we'll grab it anyway. Roll cage regulation WebP. While searching for gold, you found diamonds? Yeah, I was not expecting this. Unfortunately, though, we don't have like a internal width size between the mounting points, though. It's irritating. That's the Honda page. That we don't have like just a rule book like we do with, what are they called? Old Le Mans series stuff. Let's bring in this one. Cool. Fuck. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to also grab this. Monocoque. I don't know how to spell monocoque. Oh, wrong thing. So then that way we can have them... Oh, damn it. That's irritating. Wait. Oh. Wait. Did it overwrite the empty? Oh, come on. Alright, fine. Do this the hard way. That's stupid that it overwrites like that? Oh, no, it didn't overwrite. Okay. I just wish I could also see through. Opacity. Oh, good. There is opacity. Alright. Let's get this set up to the wheelbase size. Which should be somewhere around here. Probably... You know what? We can do this. Perfect. Where is... That sits just a little bit above, like there. Then... Now we bring in this. You grumbly guts, Pippa. Grumbling away. You want it to line up here. Good. Okay. Then I want to duplicate this. Convert to mesh plane. Wait, what? To texture mesh plane. Name after source object. Shader. I don't know. Overwrite material? Sure. Ah, there we go. Okay. I doubt this is going to line up very well. Why is it still set to this? Fine. Shading. Oh, wait. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. Now I can adjust the opacity on its own. And now, do we have an example of a transmission? You're okay. No, we don't care about you. Oh, these should all be down here anyway. That's the one I wanted, I think. Nope. That's the one. Good. Okay, we want to line up with this. Oh, what a pain. Oh, there we go. That's what we like the look of. Alright, alpha back up. Woo. Okay, so we can now set our suspension to these dimensions. Do I need this? I didn't. So... where'd the other ones go? What? What happened? Oh, okay. No, we're just in... Oh, if I go... if I go to wireframe mode, I lose the suspension stuff. Okay, so we're gonna have to make blockings for this then. Easy enough. Mesh, cube... Okay, well I said easy enough and I already realized that no, that's actually not easy enough. You know what? It doesn't even need to be a cube. We'll make life even easier. Cool. Then we have a bunch of places over here. there. Okay. Only a little bit of a hassle, but I think we're fairly happy with this. This is very extreme stuff on the suspension as well. I also don't know, once again, how wide it has to be. Not cockpit. I want the one on regulations. Regulations, okay. Let's have a look at whatever this says. I don't think that's going to help me. Oh, this one comes up with a whole page translate. Why didn't all of the rest? It's up in the top right, huh? Ah. What are we looking at? Nismo. No. Okay. Not wheel specifications. Super GT, GT 500 race specifications. Race teams, no specifications, please. New Super GT technical bulletin aims to limit speeds. Interesting. Prescribed weights, no. Nismo, let's have a look at these things. They're 2026, however. Yeah, that doesn't help us. No. If we have a look under here, do we have any sort of reference to these specifications? I'm not seeing any sort of key. Like normally there's a little thing that tells you where the link is, so like 6. Yeah, so I think what happened is okay, they started on something that was like Class 1 in 2014, but didn't fully align until 2020 when they were changing all of the regulations. Then immediately afterwards, they got backstabbed. Six-speed sequential, huh? Yeah. So they just say specifications, but they don't actually say where it's getting these specifications from. While searching, yeah, what? So it wasn't actually Class 1, but it was working towards it. So if you look up Class 1 regulations, it's not going to be the rules. Oh, what's this? Oh. Uh, 26, 26, 26. I get. Oh, wait, no. 14. Wait, 2026. What the fuck is happening with these dates? They're all messed up. Whatever. I want regulations. PDDF. Hey, maybe. This looks more like a sales brochure. What is this? Super brochure. Sure, why not? Change of Super GT 500 class. That's just literally selling a car. That's also trying to sell something. Really? Okay, fine. Let's do that. PDFs, please, to the front. Why does it think I want to copy? That's so stupid. I don't know why there is always such a low amount of info on Super GT cars or Japanese race cars in general. Yeah, I get the feeling that I need to be able to search in Japanese. Start your Super GT with this guide, huh? Ah, that's what it is. I was wondering, like, the Supra from the 90s? I remember it. Yeah, this was in, I think one of the Gran Turismos, right? No! Fuck you! I don't care about your advertising. All I need to know? Everything I need to know. Let's put that to the test there, Mr. Drive.com.au. Is this a vibe-coded website? What's happening? I am not seeing the suspension pickups yet, Mr. Drive.com.au. Oh my god, those headlights are hideous. Oh, it's stupid. I hate it. Where are the suspension pickups? You said you had everything I wanted, Mr. Drive.com.au. Well, fuck you, assholes. You don't have it. What a surprise. Oh, it's this website again? Race schedule, ranking, team driver introduction. EN. Oh, nice. About Super GT. What is Super GT? Regulation. 2 classes racing together. Success. 2 drivers. Multiple tire. FRO rescue system. Season campaign ensures full series participation. I'm going to try turning off Dark Reader mode. Nah, that's blinding. Participating cars. monocoque. Engines. Output restrictions. Tires. Aerodynamic parts. Okay. Good to see that they're keeping to the English translation here. And oh, okay, this is the same thing. That's a fuel regulator. We have our tire dimensions. Maximum width 14-inch. Aerodynamic parts. Sure, I've seen that. But no actual regulations. Super GT Fun Book. Can I search Google for this image? Is that the website we were just looking at? It is. Yes. PDF. No such luck, huh? Oh, fuck. Same thing. Sporting regulations. Technical regulations.pdf. Nope, failed. Damn it. That's lame. I bet you it's because nobody's interested. Nobody's ever wanted to know this information ever. Super GT Fun Book. Oh. Let me guess, same website? Actually, was there related links in here? Related? Oh, there's only 2 matches. No. Okay, let's go Google. for this. See if they have any better luck. Motorsports. I love that. Oh. Trends? Nope. Dimension specifications. No. Pin Sweden. Sure. Doesn't look like a PDF to me, but we'll have a look. Okay, good. Is that an advert? What the hell is this? Some sort of DTM, I think. Now they're just showing regular cars? What the fuck? What kind of weird brochure is it? A Honda? What? Sorry, a Mazda CX-5? What the fuck? What am I looking at? Okay, if I get rid of the GT500... we'll see if we can find just Super GT. Because it's clearly getting confused with the Mustang. Alright, well, this is what we're running. I don't care. It's going to be slightly wider on the top compared to the bottom. So let's do that. And then we're just going to get it to fit around the engine. Actually, if we go back to that image... Nope. Where is it? Nope. Not you either. Maybe one of these. Probably. I don't think it was this one either. This one. Where does it say there's this... So it does mount around the engine. I'm guessing they're expecting a normal inline. Alright. Let's bring that... Sure, okay, whatever. We'll try for about here, maybe. Okay, we can run that. Just. Maybe. No, actually, that does collide with the bodywork. So we're going to have to modify the bodywork now, which actually we can do. Welcome, Septanos? Now, this doesn't need to be a massive change that we make. Wait, what is that? Is that? Ah, okay. That's our thing that we want to match. I wonder. All except for the stuff around the windshield. No, it is not perfectly mirrored. What else isn't mirrored? One little tidbit on the back there. Alright, I think we can take this and mirror this. We're gonna... We can patchwork this back to a regular shape later. This will be easy to bring in, kinda. Oh, that's why. Oh. You know what? I'm going to grab the other side. Because that gives us a bigger fuel tank area. And I'm going to put a cut along here. What? There we go. Did that cut not work? Weird. Why did that cut not work? Okay, now it's working. What the fuck? I'm so confused. Okay. Oh, we are doing so much work. We may as well bring these in now. There we go. Nope. What are you colliding with? I don't know. Modeling is fun until it's UV unwrap time. Yeah, that becomes the beginning of the end. Luckily, I'm working with pre-made materials. So are you going to work on the Sunburst this stream and tomorrow and work on the Gran Turismo mod? The Gran Turismo mod, I talked about at the end of last stream, is going on a hiatus until I've edited the video. Then it will be back. But there is also going to be a guest star making a request for a mod. So that'll also probably happen first. Wait, what? Oh. Okay. Mesh, normals, flip. There we go. Then well, this is interesting. Yeah, this is also still really shit. Got it? Cool, Ben Dixon. I defo didn't pirate Adobe Substance Painter so I can make me some maps and textures. Yeah. By the way, I have an idea. I will leave you to make your own mods. How much can we get rid of? Actually, let's not get rid of that. Let's just get rid of you. Okay. I get the feeling my UV unwraps are going to be absolutely pummeled to death now. How are we looking on suspension pickup points? Not fantastic. How are we going on wall thickness around the suspension points? Not great either. Okay, well, we're going to have to move all of that back. Beam is probably the best 25 bucks I've ever spent on a game. I feel more motivated to use Blender nowadays. Sure. A friend who swapped that bolide from a Sunburst after an IRL Subaru with a Ferrari motor. Yeah, there's been a bunch of those sorts of things. The one that I really remember is the, whatchamacallit, the BRZ with the Ferrari engine. Was it a BRZ? Yeah, I think it was a BRZ. Oh. I don't think we really need to move this side, do we? No, we don't. Not at least outwards, I should say. This is meant to be carbon monocoque, but whatever. We're doing so much work to just not have to redo things. Oh. There. Now. I want to move everything backwards. What a mess that I've made. I've made my mess. Now I must shit in it. This is gonna suck. Oh, there's some overlapping there, huh? Oh, dear. Oh, bother. Okay. Show me the Monet. Oh. There was an N-gon in here all along. Terrible. End of the world. Literally unplayable. Alright. Where's our suspension pickups? Good. Then we can move our engine further back, I reckon. Not that I want to. Alright, we have our suspension pickups. Yeah, we'll grab all of this. Maybe not all of this. Just that part. Then we got to go through and look at its unwrap. Nope. Cool. Then we will make this match. Oh. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Let me guess. Back to front? Yep. I knew it. I hate Blender and extrusion. Assume that I want to have everything. Oh my god. Just sometimes it's okay to make an assumption if you just don't know what people want. We don't want to angle maybe we do. I don't know, even know what that is. Let's aim you towards this. Oh, you know what? Actually, we'll get you horizontal first. What? Ah. Close. There, that looks good. Then we're going to want about that. And done. I want there. Then this becomes a bit tricky. Is that? That is. It looks like it can be anywhere inside of this box as well. So we're not having to be 100% anal about this. Then can we flip you around? Yeah, I don't need to. Oh, yeah, right. Oh. We want this to be fairly horizontal, don't we? And it looks to be fairly in the center of the wheel. It's all shits and giggles until somebody giggles and shits. Oh wait, that's not good. Okay, then we're going to want probably a bunch of caster. So probably something like this. Okay, we have our suspension and it's 100% perfect in every way. Nothing could possibly go wrong. If we made something like that for vanilla engines and vanilla cars, so any engine in any car maybe, sounds like that's something that you want to do. Go for it. Engine mods are relatively one of the easier ones to start with as a first mod. Now we're going to hide our suspension stuff, and we're going to use... The thing is it looks like it goes from carbon fiber, and usually ahead of carbon fiber and behind carbon fiber is like this whole structure system. So, is there a BeamNG car? Probably the Scintilla. Yeah, that is not carbone fibre. Let's just go with one of them. Yeah. Do they have a race version? That's like really light or something? 1,300 kilos. 1280. I could theoretically just stick on a Scintilla chassis instead. Fireball and Spark. Well, Scintilla for carbon, but Bolide has the whole subframes thing. A separate subframes thing. Well, so does the Scintilla. Let's have a look at a Scintilla. It is not actually separate. Let's select you and you. They are connected. We could duplicate this. So like have just the aluminium casting section. And then flip it around. Does Bendixon keep asking the same thing? Ah, yeah, alright. I was wondering what was happening. I was like, I swear I've read that before, but chat seems different. Put user in timeout. Let's go 30 minutes. Let's see what this looks like on our car. So we're going to duplicate it first. Okay. We just need it to kind of line up. So where is the suspension pickup points here? Does this even have suspension pickup points? Okay, they kind of just push on. Really? Is that correct? Huh. I never noticed that about this in... Oh, no, okay, the idea is that it bolts up against it. Okay. No, I get it. My problem is that the bodywork wraps down. Is this what I did last time? Have I just gone back to doing repeating work? Yeah, no, that's not really workable, is it? Alright, so go like here. Yeah, that works. And then narrow it inwards a little bit to get at least the bottom points hooked up. Maybe not. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, if we do this, have that one attached, but then the top one doesn't attach very well, does it? If we go too far in, then we're colliding with the engine. We could make holes in it. Where are you? Let's get you out of here for now. Nothing in collection 6? Okay, you can go in collection 6 and collection 6 goes away. Yeah, I think we're gonna go tubular. So that's the front. There, good. But then this needs to go back here somewhere. Awesome, love that. Great. Mesh, normals, retriculate outside, nope. M by distance, no. Mesh, normals, flip. Delete edge, okay. Good. Good. Perfect. Good. Okay, there's nothing conflicting. Now let's move this. Oh. There's something floating in front of my eyes when I... around here. What is that? Oh, there's something overlapping. No? What the fuck? Mesh, normals. Where's reset vectors? There. Okay, there we go. Fixed it a bit. That'll have to do. Now, we can move this back 0.001 of a millimeter. Damn it! Didn't do nearly as much as what I wanted. Fuck. I think we'll attach it like this. This is atrocious. We might just remake that tube part entirely. Now, we want... a duplicate of at least this part. Up here. We don't have everything that we want. But it's not the worst thing in the world. Then I can't see. We might lift this area up. Cool. Cool beans! That looks good to me. Then, this hides... Oh, no. Oh, no! Let me try something like this. Nah. No good. Alright, you know what? It can attach to the engine. Engine, much like in the Honda, can be a stress member. Gonna have to move our radiator and everything too. Oh. Perfect. Exactly what we wanted for Christmas. Cool. Oh, that's going to collide, is it? Okay. Good. This sucks. However, I think, again, now, finally, we can run this header. It just needs to be changed now. So, almost everything. How much down do we need this to run? There? Easy did. Easy did. Easy done. We could go theoretically more space efficient. But that'll do. Put that there. That now clears the header a lot better. Header better. Would it not be better to come up between the control arms? Come up between the control arms. Come up. This doesn't have control arms. Are you thinking A arms? If we lose this bottom pulley, have this change. Just pretend that we don't need pulley tensioners. Tensioner pulleys. Me do words. Perfect. And have the turbo mounted in the front. We want the exhaust to come out through here. So we're going to have to... Like, I don't want to run the really hot exhaust through the engine bay as much as possible. Anyway, we can now change how we do things a little bit. Oh, okay, they want to be smooth, do they? She's smooth. Good enough. Whatever. I give up on that one, so that works. I was making exhaust. Yes, let's continue on with this. That's the wrong thing. That. Oh, wait, no. Hold on, what? This goes here. That's what I want. Okay. So... Good. Something like that. Cool. I want to make it a bit smaller. So once it gets through the firewall section, we'll then have it angle up towards our flange. Oh, down to our flange. Sweet. Good. Okay. That is our exhaust. Exhaust in, exhaust out. We might also scale up the size of our turbo. There we go. Now it's big enough for the exhaust. And we're probably going to have to change the position of it now. All right, I'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna move this back to about there. No, further. There? Yep, good. Good. Then... Oh, actually. Yep, that'll do. Then we'll run to an intercaller down here. So that's the only place where we can have anything to do with aero, and an intercaller coming out there will be fine. I think this all needs to move backwards a little bit still. There. Oh, no, that needs to go even further. We need to scale this also to match this. You can go with that. Good, and we clean that up once we turn it into a mesh. In 7 hours, you did something way better than I did in 7 months, C1X. Oh, really? Sure. Sorry? I'm vibing, bro. I love 3D modeling. Well, at least this stage of 3D modeling. We're going to try to avoid the bad, unspoken side of 3D modeling that I hate. Go something like this. Oh. Ah, okay, I see it now. Also, when I say vibing, I don't mean I'm vibe coding. They really have ruined that word, haven't they? By that I mean tech bros. People that aren't actually into tech, they're just into it because it brings them lots of money. Let's grab you and Alt-J you. Good. And now, fucking, thank you. There. I'll make life a little bit easier. I'm glad that Beam community shunts people who use AI to fully make mods. Do they? I think you also meant shuns, but that doesn't really matter. I didn't know that there was a whole thing about that. I personally... I mean, I don't hate the idea. I won't do it because I like being creative, and that takes the fun part out of being creative. But if people want things... as long as they stop asking me. But also, as long as they don't share the mod. If they share a mod that's done off of stolen work, that is not only shitty, it's also not going to work out very well because the mod will probably not function properly. You know, basically like most of mine. Yeah, probably don't train your LLM stuff on my mods. Everyone has their 3D modeling specialties. You're very good at mechanical bits. Sure? I don't know if I'm very good, but I can do it. I've royally made a shit show of this. Just as we were talking about how I'm really good at doing mechanical bits, if you say so. Fuck. You know what? It'll do. Then... oh, fucking... let's see if we can Alt-J this. Alt-J? Good. Good, okay. Ah, okay, there we go. And there, look, it feeds in. Okay, wastegate done-ish. It'll do. Yeah, in the bean code, those who vibe code usually are not seen in a good light and get made fun of. AI itself is not bad, it's just badly used. Yeah. So, I've said this a few times. I am over hating AI. I would just caution people against using it for things that they don't understand, because that's how problems start to come into the equation. If you can't spot the errors, then errors are going to eventually come in. Okay. I then will deal with the intake afterwards. We're gonna grab our intercooler. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this particular intercooler for our job. Or maybe. What sort of intercoolers do they... Oh, is that just a single layer? Oh, interesting. Wait, what's the stock one? Stock one is that? Oh. You could probably grab that. Nah, I think this will work. And then we run it like this. And this will run in the sill. It will... Oh, wait, we can go all the way out, can't we? Yeah. We can run like this. And since we don't care about the bodywork at all, we can even run it further forwards. So take the air from there into here, and then run around and get back to the inside. $200BX has a sizable one, same as the Bastion. Well, this is going to be closed away anyway, so we're not too concerned about that sort of stuff. You know what? I want this wastegate to be taller. So, all that work I just did... Sorry, taller. I mean, further up. There. Now it's a little bit further away. Do I actually start turning this into a real chassis now? Is this the original? It is. Wait, why are you jamming it near the hot exhaust and not the front end of the car? Because that's kind of how they roll. Okay. Yeah. That'll work. Can I grid fill this? Is that not going to work? Yeah, it's not going to work. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. Does this have to be flush all the way back? Let's have a look at some examples. Namely, Mr. Skyline. No, it does not. It looks like the strakes can go there, so they're using that bounding box for the strakes, but not so much for the side of the bodywork. We're not at the strake section yet, so... something like this, good. Have you looked at flat 4 BRZ GT300 front-mounted turbo? Okay. I'll show you what it is that I'm copying off of. I'm not making an exact copy of any one particular thing. In there is some sort of heat exchanger. So like a radiator. Then on... Oh, we get a better look at the front. Oh, interesting. Where was the other one that we saw? Yeah, see? Heat exchanger. So that's just kind of what we're running. Just for the hell of it. We could do it differently, but that's what I want to do. Now, let's get ourselves some intercooler piping. Oh. Zekiv. Good. We'll run heat shielding as well, by the way, if you weren't aware of my plans. Oh. This is now angled the wrong way. Oh, that is so close. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Good. We're gonna have to avoid that though. Let's get ourselves like that. I have found pictures of the brake cover and wing mounting on my phone for the GT500 cars. Brake cover and wing mounting. Oh, okay. There are screenshots I took from a reel on Instagram. Oh, cool. And you sent them to me? Let's have a look. So we do have push rod. We're not going to do push rod. That is so compressed. And that must be mid-engine, because there is no engine in there. Okay. Wait, hold on. What was that? Okay, I see that. That... Okay, I think I can understand maybe what's happening here. You're getting air flowing through the middle normally in a disc, but maybe the surface on the outside isn't getting as much flow on the outer side. So you run a cover, it gets the air from the center and then runs it across the surface on the outside. Maybe that's what they're doing. So what happened? The one and only memo? Not much, just plodding away. Okay, yeah, that's to be expected. It attaches to the transmission, huh? Oh. That was super helpful. Thank you for looking that up. Whether I use it or not is a different question. It just comes down to it's good to have that information. Okay, that is pipe 1. Now, let's get pipe 2. I just want to do cool things. That's why I'm doing some questionable choices. Let's be generous and call it just that. Wish I could rotate this around that without rotating that. That should do. Then we're gonna aim to clear everything. No. See, we're also using a boxer in a series that doesn't allow anything other than inlines as well. So, I mean, we're already losing. And no, I don't want to change it. Oh. Why? Why can't I rotate? What's up? Oh, numpad is off. That's why. There we go. How does that look? Looks like it could be considered not terrible. Cool. Just barely clears. Cool. What car is this? It's kind of like in between. Don't think you would straight up do it. Didn't think you would straight up do it? Welcome, Theo Daly. Yeah, well, it went on the list, and then I realized that it was such a monumental task. You know what? We'll just do the whole thing. And there's a few things that I always wanted to do. Like, one is in any sort of like DTM or whatever car, I want to cut the doors in half. Okay, then from here, we'll go cut happy. Though, realistically, you can probably just seal the doors on the rear, because they're not required for anything. Then I want to go... You know what? Fuck. We're gonna mirror delete. I wanted to save having to do unwraps for the mirrors, but it's such a small step that it doesn't matter. Oh, no, hold on. Don't want these. S. Okay, this will get selection, then just you. Cool. Cool. Weird. Why is that? Face. Shade smooth. Okay, there we go. Looks like this, however, can be sharp. Good. Same here. Now, you can open up the door as required. I want to do that to the other door as well, because that door is now going to also get a cutout for here. So let's cut the sill off first. If I can find the door. Ah, it'd be under angled, wouldn't it? Yeah. It reminds me of the Red Devil Subaru from whatever that Battle X imported tuner challenge. Don't know of what you are referring to. Ah, okay. This is something to be concerned about. Okay. Then Is that good? Oh, this is a problem. Oh, there we go. Finally got the right one. If this is getting cut off, I suppose what I could do, theoretically, is move all of this up. Like that. We might dissolve this. Dissolve edges. Yep, good, that's everything. That way, we can still have a door that opens. Yeah, we'll leave that. You need to have the door latch, or don't need, but should have the door latch still line up. So we'll make that work. Cool. Then we need to put in this cut line for the door. Oh, yeah, we're still intruding upon that, aren't we? There we go. Now we can put in that cut line. Then there. Oh. Is that... Oh, it's not there anymore. Perfect. Yeah. And let's go ahead and delete these things that we don't need no more. Should I delete them or just... I think I'll move them. Wait, what? Oh. How did that happen? Weird. The selection. Good. Ah, okay, there's some problems here, huh? am now dealing with changes in mesh stuff. Woo! Okay, so I think we could just use this. Yeah, that's how it kind of goes all the way around, huh? And we'll fill in the gap. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, I can't grid fill this, can I? This is tricky. This is very tricky. Oh. I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be. Nope. Close. There we go. Oh, still a hole in there. Nope. Okay. There. Okay. Now. No, good. Three vertices. Perfect. Only two? Really? Weird. Alright. Now it's nice and smooth down around the bottom to clearly show. Oh. What is happening here? Okay. Then on this side, since it's the inside, we won't really be seeing it very often, we're gonna sharpen that up. Alright. Oh, this is hideous. I hate it. Okay. Now, Mark Sharpus, Marcus Aurelius, cleaned up. Good. That is our door. Now let's mirror it and cut out a thing in this side. Mirror. Good. Then. Alright. How do we go about making a cutout? I think something actually quite simple. There. That's actually pretty close to the cutout. This is going to be a edge loop. We're just going to bevel it a little bit. Edge loop? I meant, yeah, whatever. And then we're going to give it a different material. It's clearly going to be faked. And Control B. Is there a way to make that better or not? No. Loop slide? Hey! I wasn't aware of that. Anyway. We will grab you to you. Actually. We're gonna need a little bit more than this. Yep. There we go. Perfect. Now, it looks like it's a different panel-ish. Let's go ahead and now paint it. Oh, good. It ends right there. Perfect. Then we'll grab the edge, and this is going to get... usually it's like a black matte. So do we have anything that's like that? There's this. We could grab this carbon fiber stuff. We haven't deleted it. We just have to find it. Your material. Sunburst 2 race kit. Your unwrap is down in the corner. Okay, it's very specifically just there. Okay. What's happening? Why is this now not hidden? Oh, it unhid everything. Okay. Oh, really? You suck. Then I want to that and this. UV. Whoa, what just happened? UV. No, I don't want to. Yeah. unwrap angle based? Wait. Yep. UV unwrap angle based. And then just kind of plop it in here. Now it should look a little bit like carbon fiber. Nice. Oh, there's a bit of a bug happening here. Ah. Mark sharp. Now, did I also... Yeah, I did. I unsharpened this. Oh, we should clean this up too. This is really hard to see what's happening. There we go. Mark sharp. Sweet! Isn't that fan-diddly-tastic? Alright, I'm going to change this color a little bit because it's a little bit hard on the eyes at the moment. Let's go gray, metallic up, off this down a chunk. There. Alright, you're running into the same issue, are you? You're all clean and clear, not quite. There we go, better. We're leaving their sharp corners sharp. It's just our corners we're not having sharp. Yep, that's good. And these can actually get hidden. Where are they? Oh. They didn't go out far enough. I don't know what Collection 6 is, but that's where they're going. Ah. Door latch, huh? We'll move that later. Yep, door latch there is in the right place. Oh, this is starting to look awesome. Now, we're going to need to cut out a very elaborate hole in here. Just to be clear, it will have its own livery, right? You want me to make a livery? Bro. It should be compatible with the existing liveries. That's what I'm going to aim for. This looks terrible. Okay, then I don't like this. Yeah, I really don't like this. What? What happened? Ah, there we go. That's the one I want. Yep. Dissolve edges. And... wait, where did these sharp edges come from? What the hell? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Clear sharp. Yeah, okay. Mark sharp? Then this interior material is going to be like infinite black. Infinite black. Assign. It's black, full metallic, full roughness. Then I didn't sign this stuff, did I? Damn it! Completely forgot. You know what? This side doesn't matter. This gets race. Oh. Sunburst 2 race kit. There we go. Yep. Now, Sunburst race kit is gonna just be represented in black at the moment. This is going away. Now that that is done. That is going to be interesting seeing you just cut the door in half, Lamau. You mean what I just did? I have done it. What? I'm confused. Now let's move these door thingies upwards. Door thingies. Yes, I have a grasp of the English language. Just I don't like to show off. Wait, what? What's this? Oh, no? Okay. Oh, it's just clipping with the body. Okay. Oh yeah, we're also going to need to move this. Okay. How do we... can do away with that. Don't need to move those. That's probably going to mess with the materials, but for now I don't mind. You know what? The back actually doesn't need to even function. And then, as we know, we meddled with this stuff around here. Wait, what? Why is that? Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. There's a lot happening here. Okay. Now, what the hell are you? Ah, okay. You're that. Hey. That is good. Talk about the standard liveries working with this mod. Oh, interesting with the car door cut in half. Yeah. It'll still work. Yeah, you know, that works still. Good enough. Okay, maybe I should move this on the back. Nah, that's too much work. What is this patch here? What is that? Ah, it's clipping through. Ah, okay. That'll do. There. BeamNG lacks real race cars in vanilla. They have race cars, not real race cars. They don't have any real cars. I'm not really sure I follow what you're trying to get at there. Real race series cars? Well, that would be against their, like, no copyright stuff. Oh, well, that's interesting. What am I even looking at here? To avoid issues, we'll do it ourselves. Whatever. Why is this having such a problem? Okay, maybe if we go... Mark sharp. There, fixed the problem. But hopefully the tire rework they are working on will open the door for that. Yeah, because I don't think they will rework the aero ever. I think they will. I think what they did is they made a placeholder aero system, because not only is the angle something that causes a wing to stall, it's also speed. Unless they already have that, then that's like the one thing I'm betting on, is the fact that it's a placeholder. Yeah, aero is sorely lacking in BeamNG. There's a lot that can be done, and I want to do a thing myself on aero as well. Okay. This is starting to look more fun. Now, where is our aero box? Cool. What is that? That is a canard. Okay. Canards make your job easy. Will anybody get that reference? I don't think so. Yeah, that's fine. Do we have bumper? What are these things? Oh, yes, that's right. Okay. We should probably, once again, work on the suspension. Oh, yeah, we're gonna need the new stuff, aren't we? So that's the old stuff. Old stuff. Goes into old stuff. This can be repurposed. Good. Already done. Then let's turn old stuff off. What else? I think that's it. We might also get rid of this for now. What is that? Oh, okay. Sweet. Now we're gonna have to make a new hub, aren't we? Hubba. You're still going? You're cooking? You're right. I should actually end the stream because I gotta go walk the beast before it gets too dark. Someone is trying to simulate ground effect with lure. A few people have done it. I want to have a more comprehensive go at it, though. Right. Since we're not running whatchamacallit anymore, McPherson strut, we can change this up a little bit. Yeah, this camber plate on the top doesn't do anything anymore either. Okay. If anybody is wondering why we're ending now, it's because Andy MB came in and reminded me. So if you want to blame somebody, go watch his channel and leave a comment on how shit he is for making me end my stream because I had forgotten. It's not a great leaving point, but yeah. I am quite happy with this. The shortened doors, something that I've wanted to do for a very, very long time. I am... Oh, it clips to the fender thing, huh? Shit. Okay, we'll just limit how far the door can open. And pretend that it's not an issue. I think the car looks sick, man. Oh, really? That's unfortunate. I should get some Benadryl. Hopefully it'll get healthy after that. Anyway, that is the end of the stream. I was expecting to get a lot more done, but then we just ended up delving deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And now we're like crazy levels of deep into this. Yeah, very wide there, C1X. I love the doors though. The doors are so cool. That's fantastic. Yeah, we're done. Thank you everybody for being here. That's you, Andy, for being here. C1X, thank you for being here for so long and for the help. The Stig, thank you for being here. Slayer, thank you for being here. SK6, The Mighty Jill. Theo Daly, thank you for being here again. Lemon, thank you for being here. Lots from Slayer and from C1X. Septanos, thank you for being here. And I think that's far enough back. So, thank you to my channel members and to... Oh. Okay, weird. That monitor just turned off. Channel members and to Patreon members as well. But a specific special thank you goes out, as always, to... that person with the name, DJM, for being a top-tier channel member. I don't see them in my streams very often anymore. Anyway. For now, and for everybody else, catch you all next time. Goodbye. See you, Dragon Dev.
Whoops, forgot.